Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their high-quality, effective, and healthy supplement AG1. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred for more. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for a high-quality health supplement that's easy to take and with a myriad of obvious benefits. Check it out. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the hydration brand that comes through in the clutch when you need it most. So Sacred Symbols is ultimately a show for adults, so let's be adults for just a moment. We've all gone to work on 0 hours of sleep or thereabouts. Heck, let's even be more mundane than that. We've all been on exhausting flights, and of course, we've all been sick, tired, and frankly unable to physically and mentally be where we want to be and need to be. But the beauty behind these inevitabilities of life is that there are ways to effectively deal with them. My friends, you can grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the promo code SACRED at checkout. That's LIQUIDIV.com with the promo code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode 248. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today by only one of my sons, Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend?
Doing all right. Another crisis in the Furman house. Now, remember last week I said no coffee? Coffee arrived that day. It's all gone. It's actually the last of it this morning. So I'm off schedule in some ways with this coffee consumption.
Oh, interesting.
But I had some, every once in a while, I'll dip into some tea here and there. Made myself a little matcha latte, actually, which is not something I normally do, but green tea's got a lot of caffeine in there. So I just like to have that little bit of boost before Sacred, a little boost, a little something. But other than that, I'm doing fantastic. I can't complain. It's been a good, productive week and a fun week as well. And I'm sure we'll get into that when we talk about what we've been playing. But it's a good time overall, all around.
Very good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I woke up today and actually we had this mosquito company come by. They left, here's their bill. And I was a little annoyed because they use like some sort of blower to blow around like whatever they're spraying all over my yard to keep the mosquitoes away. And they just like blew out my like a couple of my flower beds and like just like got wood chips everywhere and then just left it like that. Yeah. And so I went and took pictures and I emailed them and I was like, I don't think so. Like, I think not. And so I went out and cleaned that up, but I actually ended up getting a discount and an apology or whatever. But I'm so sick of dealing with, I just can't believe how many operations are just so half-assed in the adult world. Like people just don't care. Mm-hmm. They don't work hard. They don't try hard. They don't do the best that they can do. They have no pride in their work. I've just noticed this ad nauseum. It's surprising when there's a company that truly gives a shit that I deal with. Like the landscaping company I deal with, I do my own landscaping, but like to install things, they're like top notch. Don't fuck around at all. And it's good shit. The guys that spray my lawn with all the different chemicals every month, they're fucking top notch. They don't fuck around. They don't kid around. But then like the fence people, remember when I told you the wrong place?
Oh, no. I'm trying to remember because I know there was the pool saga. This is a different arc.
It was like a whole fucking different situation. I mean, that was the worst. But we had a fence company literally put the fence in the wrong part of the yard and then have to come and replace it by putting it in the proper place. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing out there? It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing that there's so much incompetence. I'm sorry. That's the spirit I'm coming in with today. You hire someone and take some pride in your work. Mm-hmm. See, I worked landscaping for years. I would never leave someone's yard like that. You go to make it better. Believe it or not.
So I'm curious about this process. Are they spraying some kind of pesticide?
Yeah, it's like it's apparently like this non-toxic pesticide that just deals with mosquitoes. And
Yeah.
honestly, I don't know why, but because this wasn't always the case in my life, but mosquitoes do not bother me. Like they don't bite me. And there are people that they're not interested in for whatever reason. And I'm one of those people. But Micah gets eaten alive. So when we're out in the pool or outside, yeah. So she asked if we could spray, and I said certainly, but I didn't think it was going to be such a situation.
Yeah,
you know, I'm out there blowing. I'm like, why am I out here? Right. What am I doing out here?
Yeah. Sometimes it's tough when you're dealing with either it's contractors or companies like that. I've had a few situations where it's like the work is not totally done, and then you've got to beg them for literally 2 months to come out and just finish something. It's like, I just finish it. You're already mostly done. But usually, sometimes, and it's tough too, because around here, at least there's a lot of people that know somebody or they know a guy. So you go with someone that's loosely connected with someone. And I've found that can be a bit of a mistake, because then it can get personal in some ways. It's like, maybe you shouldn't have hired your friend because your friend fucked up,
Totally.
So
it's a disaster. It's like, I'm so glad that most of what I need to do is done now, so that I don't really have to deal with anyone anymore. But like another good company, the solar company, very good. So there are great companies out there that did exactly what they say they were going to do and do really good work. But that's my feeling today. Now, as far as where is Chris? Well, Chris can't do the show today. He couldn't make it. He actually texted me overnight, and I didn't get it until this morning, just saying that he wasn't really feeling up to it, very tired. I think he's kind of in an annoyed posture right now. For people that don't know what's going on with Chris, I'm not going to speak for him, but I've talked to him fairly extensively. The creator clash stuff, his opponent was removed from the ticket for things he apparently did. I don't really know anything about his opponent at all. But Chris hasn't done anything wrong or anything at all, but he's kind of in a very difficult position now. And I think it sucks. I think it's really unfortunate, because he didn't deserve it. He's worked really hard to get to this position, but I think he's just kind of mentally and physically exhausted from everything. And so he's asked to just take the week. And I think that that's totally appropriate. If you've been following all of the drama, then you'll understand, I think. But
yeah, he's getting roped into shit that absolutely sucks with, from my opinion, I have not talked to Chris since last week, but there are people trying to say shit that are unsavory. And it's, I feel bad. Like you said, he worked so hard and so long, and now it's like this thing that was supposed to be so exciting is just filled with undeserved, for Chris, undeserved drama. And that's just sucks. I feel so bad for him. But
yeah, I do too.
He's gonna fight. He's, at least that's what when I saw him on his Twitch, said he has all intentions to still fight, but it is not announced yet who will be replacing his opponent.
Yeah, I just think it's, knowing Chris like I do, I know how much this put him out, like this entire ordeal, and like that him saying yes was going well outside of his comfort zone and adding a lot of stress and anxiety to his life. And he did it to like kind of overcome that and put his shoulder into it and kind of put his shoulder into the wheel. And that this outcome has happened is just, it is fucked up. I don't, again, I'm not saying anything about anyone involved. I don't know his opponent. I've never even heard of him. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. He's probably a bigger deal than I am, sure, certainly, but I don't know anything about these people. So it's not even anything about that. I just don't like seeing Chris under attack and like he didn't do anything. And then people are like, well, you can fight this guy for this. And it's like, well, that's not the way it works. I mean, I don't know if people understand that when you're in I'm not a huge boxing fan, but I've watched plenty of boxing in my life. Like when you are boxing someone, your opponent sometimes 6 months ahead of time or more. You're training specifically for them. And so for them to say, like, well, now you're going to fight this other guy in 2 weeks, that's like a massive disadvantage, an incredible disadvantage. You're not at a physical disadvantage because you've been doing all the work, but all the mental work you've been doing, the study, getting coaching and instruction on how to fight the certain kind of fighter. I think it's fucked. And the one thing that I will say, and Chris didn't ask me to say or not say anything. I mean, I'm not going to speak for him, but I find the whole clown show around it, and what I mean by that is like the whole reporting on it, trying to egg it on, trying to come up with these flippant solutions that don't make a difference for you because you're not involved in it. I find it's insulting, and so I don't really blame Chris for being annoyed, and I'm annoyed on his behalf. In fact, when it all went down, I gave him a day and then I talked to him And we went back and forth quite a bit actually about it. And because I didn't know exactly where he was, but I was like, I'm probably the last person you need to hear from right now, but I'm annoyed on your behalf. I'm sending that annoyed energy into the world. Don't know if that's good or bad, but hopefully he uses it to his advantage. Whoever he fights, whenever he fights, however he does, it works out for him. But yeah, nonetheless, Chris is taking the week off. And that's that. Anything else to add before we get into things?
You suggested in the Discord that I should fight Chris.
Yeah.
And I thought about the mechanics of this. I would have to not eat till the fight. And then I might, because I was discussing this with some friends. We were looking at the different weight classes and I'm like, I'm far out. I'll just have to not eat, do nothing but train. I think I could maybe last for, I don't know, 15 seconds against
Well, I mean,
Chris.
with your weight advantage, I would just say it all balances out and you just get into the ring as you are.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I've never, boxing and, the only type of organized sport I ever played was ultimate frisbee. I was not very good at it. The team sucked. But anyway, I've never even once considered boxing or even fighting anybody. So that would be quite a sight. I mean, that would probably be worth the ticket for the entertainment value of seeing me try to box somebody. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't gotten the invite.
The boxing, I like the idea of boxing. I think boxing's a cool sport. I think it's a little bit old school now because of MMA and everything. It's like, I don't know why you'd really want to watch boxing when you can watch MMA, which is just whatever. You could be a boxer in MMA if you want to. I mean, I don't know if people remember, this comes up every once in a while, but the old school, like the very first Ultimate Fighting Championships, the UFCs, I used to rent them with my mom in the mid 90s. And it was like Street Fighter. That, if you go back and look, it was like fucking E Honda fighting Ryu kind of shit. Like a sumo wrestler fighting a karate guy and a boxer, like Balrog fight. That literally was what it was. And then as far as I understand it, it all reduced down to Brazilian jiu-jitsu, basically, because that was seen as like the most effective multi-discipline combat. And so everyone just went in with that. So all the other stuff shed out, because originally it was supposed to be like karate kung fu man fighting, Shaolin monk or whatever fucking weird shit. And I encourage people to go back and look at some of those, like UFC 1, UFC 2, UFC 3. They're interesting. And when it became like a real thing is when I was like, I'm not interested in it anymore. Not to say it was like wrestling. It was real. But it was like watching a dude just beat the shit out of a sumo wrestler. Like, that's literally what it was. It was crazy. Loved it. All right. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. As I said, episode 248. You can get early ad-free podcasts, the ability to submit your inquiries, Discord access, and more on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really appreciate you. We're nearing 13,000 patrons over there, which is pretty exciting. Thank you for that. Sacred Symbols Plus is the biggest perk you get over there, though, in my opinion. I mean, the early ad-free access is huge for other people, too. But Sacred Symbols Plus, twice a week, supplemental podcasts on all sorts of different topics, different interviews, et cetera, and so on. You just did one about PSVR 2, and we'll get into PSVR 2 in a little while. Sacred Sales Saga is back, which is when we predict the sales charts on PlayStation Network, and you can, of course, play along, sacredsalessaga.com. I did an episode about PS5 Pro and PS5 Slim and the possibilities of PlayStation 6. We did 2 Hogwarts Legacy episodes, one about Hogwarts Legacy itself, a review, discussion, and spoiler cast, another one about the controversy surrounding the game, a more political discussion. I see I put PS5 Pro and PS6 here twice, so I'm going to delete that. Just to remind everyone, An Evening with Last Stand 2 is live on video right now at patreon.com/laststandmedia for the $5 and up level. We've had more than 7,000, I think it might be like 8,000 people at this point watch it, which is awesome. We appreciate that. Thank you. And then merch, laststandmedia.store, free shipping on all stickers domestically here in the United States. Please leave reviews on podcast services, leave a comment on the video, like, etc., and so on. Just trying
etc.
Just trying to see if we can get the algorithm to work a little bit better for us. I was saying that to Dustin, one thing I've noticed is Sacred Symbols is starting to get substantially bigger on YouTube. Like, I would say that there are probably 4 eras of Sacred Symbols in terms of its performance on YouTube. It always has kind of done the same amount of traffic, like in the 30s, 40s, 40,000s of downloads per episode per week. So it gets higher than that. But podcasts and all the Patreon stuff is all it's like what we care about the most. But YouTube, so there was that original era. For people that have been listening for a long time, you'll remember that I used to put up for 2018, 2019, and 2020. All the episodes were audio only on YouTube. but some people still wanted it there. Then in 2021, we started doing video. That's what I would call the second era. So we had like a boost of traffic. Then I think in 2022, around the time games started actually coming out and all of the rest, we had like another bump in traffic. And then I think we're experiencing some new bump in traffic on YouTube. So maybe by people liking, subscribing, doing all those things I usually don't ask anyone to do, maybe we'll be able to find an even bigger audience, since our show is the best PlayStation podcast on the planet.
Yeah, I actually saw that today. I was checking out the numbers. We are many percent up over the last 3 months. I don't know if you want me to say, but it's shocking. It's one of those questions. This is the type of thing you want to see, but this is something that Colin and I are like, so what's different? Because it doesn't feel like we're doing anything different, but either, I don't know, the show is hitting right now. We're getting some recent episodes just doing crazy numbers. So thank you guys for listening and watching the show. We appreciate it. Here's to many more.
Indeed. And it's kind of, people ask, like, if you don't listen to other gaming podcasts, how do you know what people are saying? I'm like, because people tell me. And we take it, I'm greatly honored, whether it's people in PR or publishers or developers and other listeners. I say this with I guess no sarcasm. It's cool that like this show is very clearly seen as the center of like whatever people say about PlayStation. It seems to have started here in the ecosystem. And that's kind of nice. That's kind of neat. We appreciate everyone's support. So regardless of why you're here, thank you. And continue to please support us, whether on free feeds or on Patreon. We welcome you either way. All right, let's get into some topics of discussion. I wanted to start here with something important. Joe Franklin wrote in and said, "Dear Sacred Men, I'll keep this one simple with no expounding. Chris Chan reportedly released from custody. Talk to me." Now, Dustin, you are an expert in Chris Chan. I mean, this is it's so interesting to me how deep into this you are. And other people are. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people around the world are into this. Because I follow that guy on YouTube. I still haven't watched. I started watching the first one. What's his name?
Gino Samuel.
And you had him do the intro for Sacred, which is hysterical.
Yeah.
Like, why are they?
I'm gonna have to retweet that now.
But I've subscribed to him when you told me about him, and then I started watching it and I just got distracted. I'm like, I get it. I want to get into it. But when I see a new one come up, he uses Roman numerals, I think, when he numbers, doesn't he? And when new ones come up, I catch it 12 hours later or something, say like 12 hours ago on my YouTube app. And it's like 270,000 views or something. I'm like, what the fuck? This guy is writing. Is this the most detailed documentary ever made? Because I mean, Ken Burns is typically known as being the most thorough documentarian of all time. And his documentaries are between 15 and 30 hours. I think when you watch something like baseball or Civil War, you're getting into the 25, 30 hour mark. And this is that's like child's play. That's a novella compared to what this guy is doing. So talk to me about this. The whole thing. Talk to me about the whole thing.
So let's just some quick math. Make sure I did this right. These episodes are about 40 minutes each. And so I'm thinking that there's around 48 hours currently of the Chris Chan documentary.
I'm really into documentaries. I can't think of a documentary that's anywhere close to that long.
Well, here's the thing, Colin, is that it has been argued that Chris Chan is the most documented person in human history.
Could be.
Which very well may be true. But I don't know. This whole thing has taken a very dark turn, as many people know about the reason why he was in prison. But yeah, he's apparently out now, which he's on the prowl
for your mom.
Yeah, he's sneaking around trying to figure out the moms out there. But so I don't know. It's funny because I realized something at the Houston event is that anytime Chris Chan has come up on the show, Chris has acted a little like, oh yeah, I know about it. We were at the hotel bar after the show, and I heard him verbally assault multiple people for about 40 minutes with Chris Chan lore. I shit you not. And I know he's not here to deny this.
You're saying he's in the closet.
Oh yeah, he is. He's big time on
Chris. Come out of the closet. Come out of the closet, Chris.
Come out of the closet on the Chris Chan lore. Don't be ashamed to be a Christorian. I don't know. It's in a weird spot for me because obviously I'm very interested. I've seen all of the episodes, but it is this weird moral aspect where this guy, a lot of the stuff in these documentaries, it's publicly available, but some of it wasn't always stuff that he necessarily wanted to get out. And so I don't know. It's a very complicated situation. And I guess there's listeners who are like, who's Christian? He's a guy who on the internet made a character called Sonichu, which is the mixture of Sonic and Pikachu, who then he claimed is his own original character. He made a comic book series about it and made YouTube videos. And people started to troll him, acting as if they were his fans. And that's not even the tip of the iceberg. That's like the first molecule of the iceberg of this whole thing. But I don't know. The question, I don't know. The saga goes on now. He's out of jail. Can we expect a new video, a new something? I don't know.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is it true that no one knows who bailed him out?
I believe that is true right now. Yes. I haven't looked in the last day or so.
Do you know what his bail was?
No. I just saw that there was, I don't even know. Well, let's see.
I'm looking it up.
Okay. It's important information.
Yeah, I don't see any numbers.
Yeah, so right now
I'm at Sonichu.com, the jail saga.
The Sonichu.com.
Yeah, it doesn't
there is quite a few articles.
I'd be very interested to know who bailed him out and how much it was for. Because the bail's not a payment. It's contingent on you operating in good faith. So you get your money back. So it's not like it's just interesting to me that people are I guess, or I'm sorry, I should say someone out there trusts him enough not to flee, which he wouldn't do, obviously, or do something again, which can lose you your bail as well. So,
right.
I don't know. I'm just interested in that. Like, who is it? Who is the mystery man? Is it the dude who makes the documentaries?
No, definitely not. He keeps a distance from Chris, though it's funny because it gets to a point in the documentary where the Christian becomes aware of the documentary. And so Gino writes himself into the documentary, but it's very matter of fact. Like on April, whatever, Christian left a comment on Gino Samuel's documentary, Christian, a Comprehensive History, and just like very matter of fact lays it out in a very meta way. So I don't think it was him. There are people that are legitimate Christian, we'll say actual fans, not observers. And even there's like this weird guy that's like obsessed with Christian too, that was doing like rituals to him on like and posting about them on the internet. Maybe it was him, but
this is amazing. It's amazing, dude. That also, did you see the soccer uniform that was being circulated? That is Christian's shirt, like the striped shirt, and people are like, you can't use this uniform. It's like some European team, and it's like a striped maroon and blue shirt. I think that was real, right?
Colin, in Christology, that shirt is called the Classic.
The Classic.
That's the Classic.
And
shirt.
So like, what is that shirt? Is that like a Gap shirt or something, or some known shirt from Banana Republic? Or
I think they were having a hard time identifying who made it. It's either like a Gap or a Tommy Hilfiger shirt. There's a really funny story where that shirt was in his house when it burned down, and he found it, and it was all like covered in mildew and like disgusting. So he like got it all cleaned up and washed it, and I think he sold it.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
So that's in someone's personal museum.
Yeah. The
Classic. In a museum. All right. Why are we talking about this so deeply? I'm so fascinated by it. It's fascinating. It's very interesting.
Dude, there's so many touchstones that we could go over, but I just don't think we should. Like Christian, I'll say this because it's relevant to the show. It is argued that Christian is the first ever Let's Player, one of the very first to post gameplay on the internet with voiceover.
That's so interesting.
One of the very first.
Yeah, I believe it. You know, there are certain weird Enigma type. Do you know who Al-Illia is?
No.
I think it's Ulillillia or something like that. He's been this guy on the internet. I haven't looked at him in years, but he has a website. And he has, dude, I can't even begin to, I'll talk to you about this offline, but it's very much like I don't want to compare him to Christian because I don't think he's done anything wrong to anybody, but he is deeply online to the point where people study him basically as, I don't know if you found him or anything like that.
I'm looking at a wiki page right now. Author,
he has a
programmer, video game enthusiast and internet eccentric from North Dakota.
Yeah, Ilya. The story of Ilya. Yeah, we discovered it when early at my time at IGN. I wrote strategy guides, as people know, and there was a few of us on the team, and we were like in one of the corners of the office, like it's kind of a more quiet space compared to the editorial pool, so we can just get our work done. And we would had all sorts of inside jokes and all sorts of funny things, but someone discovered this guy, and we became completely enamored to the point where I was like losing time at work reading about this guy and like watching videos. And he has this thing called the mind game. I don't know if that came up in any of the documents you're reading now, where he has a whole game he plays in his mind with this deep set of rules and shit like that. You're going to love it. Oh my God, you're going to love it. We'll get to it at some point. But I don't want to compare them per se, because Christian's a criminal,
right,
and a pervert. Ilya is not any of those things. So, but they're both eccentrics,
They sound like they're both people that have extensive lore and theory behind, because a lot of people discuss how Christian is highly autistic, and so you want to sometimes feel bad for him, because he's just like is this guy that can't help himself in certain situations. But then other times you see him blatantly be an asshole or do something disgusting that you're like, okay, you should know better. Like, you should absolutely know better. So it's a conflicting tale, and often very hilarious.
And remind me the documentarian's name.
I want to make sure I get this right. It's definitely Gino. It's either Samuel or Samuel. Okay. Yeah, it's Gino Samuel.
Gino Samuel. So what's so funny about this, because I've seen the traffic he does and how popular these things are. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it's possible that Gino Samuel became a millionaire.
No.
Doing this. No?
I don't think so.
That kind of traffic? How can you not get demonetized? Oh.
He was monetized for a while, but then YouTube decided that it was considered bullying content, even though he was just reporting.
So does he have a Patreon or something?
He does. He has 540 patrons.
That's a shame, dude, because with that kind of traffic, you could be rolling in money.
Well,
dude, he puts out videos that are doing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. Every one of them. When you said there's 48 of them. So yeah, maybe millionaire is a little over the top, but definitely quit your job. Definitely hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. To do that if you were able to monetize, So I was just going to say, that's the shit I love. It's like someone not only making it, like scraping out a living, but being like, I am the fucking source of this person, to the point where I become wealthy off of it.
Dude, if you're curious about him and his process, he was on a podcast called Trash Taste. That's like an anime podcast, but they had him on, and he discusses like his process, how he makes these videos, how long he thinks it's going to take him. And like, it was very, I find him as the creator almost just as interesting. I don't know, maybe not as interesting as Chris, but it's definitely a very interesting aspect of it. His most recent video, they did get a sponsor spot in though, for some like VPN.
Nice.
Which is bold. I mean, for a VPN to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and sponsor this video. But I mean, I think
people know, I think there are certain brands that understand that. It's funny you bring this up, because some of the Predator Catcher videos I watch are sponsored, and often by law firms like that. And they're like, and
no, that's smart.
Yeah.
I like that.
I was like, yeah, it's why when you watch daytime TV, it's like carpet cleaning and law firms and fucking all this random shit that you would never see during a football game. Anyway, we've wasted so much time talking about that, but I find the topic so fascinating, and I wonder if this Gino Samuel will move on to another topic, or if like he'll just retire and go away when this is all over or whatever. Will he become a Ken Burns like figure documenting things? Because there's also that Sunny V2 guy that I watch. That's like,
he's great.
Yeah, he's awesome. And that guy's that's like not anything like Ken Burns. That's more like quick hits. But what I need is the Ken Burns baseball is probably 25 hours long or something like that. I mean, I think people would rather kill themselves than watch something like that. A lot of people. I personally love shit like that. So to have guys just exploring the breadth and width of a topic and not have to put it on PBS like Ken Burns has had to do, because no one would be interested in something like that, is cool. It's the power of the internet. It's why a podcast like this exists.
Yeah.
Because of guys like Christian. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their high-quality, effective, and healthy supplement AG1, which you can learn more about right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. My friends, spring is here, the summer is right around the corner, and it's time to draw open the curtains and gain a little pep in your step as you take advantage of the awesome weather and good vibes. Of course, to do so, you'll need energy, and Athletic Greens AG1 health supplement may be the ticket. See, AG1 is an all-natural powder you mix into a glass of water. Perhaps not surprisingly, you then drink it. What may be more surprising, however, is that it actually tastes good and brings with it a host of benefits. By relying on a jam-packed list of 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients, AG1 can boost your mood, improve your gut health, and yes indeed, give you some much-needed energy. This is especially notable for athletes and those who work out or train regularly. When I drink Athletic Greens AG1 pre-workout, I notice a difference in my energy level and in my patience to get through a set. But it doesn't have to be that serious, as it were. Indeed, just drinking AG1 every day as you get your day started is an incredibly healthy and productive choice for your mere well-being. You guys know me, I'm not a health nut. I fastidiously work out, yes, but I don't eat very well. But that's like half the battle. In fact, many people would say it's like most of the battle. It's important you put good stuff into your body so that you can net positive results. Athletic Greens offers one such virtuous cycle, one I can attest to firsthand. It couldn't be easier to take good care of yourself, and millions of people around the world agree. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred for more. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for a high-quality health supplement that's easy to take and with a myriad of obvious benefits. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by the award-winning language learning app Babbel, which can teach you one of 14 global languages right now at babbel.com/sacred. They say the world is your oyster, and it's true. What you want is out there for the taking. That is, if you're willing to dedicate the time and effort to attaining your goal. And this is where Babbel comes in. See, with Babbel, it's all about managing your time, squeezing the most out of your language learning lessons as possible. That may sound intuitive and even obvious, but think about it. How many of us spent years in school, whether middle or high school and even college, so-called learning a second language? If this mode of education worked, wouldn't America be a society full of people who spoke fluent French or Spanish and didn't learn it at home? Do you know anyone at all who speaks a second language learned in school? We all know learning a second language is quite unlike learning any other thing, and Babbel gets this too. By offering up bite-sized 10-minute lessons one after another, Babbel builds a strong foundation for you to stretch from. You're not constantly moving on to the next quiz or test administered by a bored teacher using an ancient textbook. Instead, on Babbel, you'll play games, listen to podcasts, hear stories, and even take live classes. That's because Babbel is built around real-life use, not whatever we were doing and still apparently are doing in school. So within as little as a few weeks, you can actually have real-life conversations in your new language, again, if you're willing to do the work. And your options are vast. Spanish, French, and even English, yes. But Turkish, Indonesian, and Swedish too. 14 languages in all, with no barrier for you trying your hand at more than one. And with a 20-day money-back guarantee, you don't have anything to lose either. Take it from me. I took French for forever and a day as a kid. I think I learned more in just a few lessons on Babbel than I did in a full semester in some of these classes. It just feels more intuitive, especially for those of us who struggle in traditional settings. And if I found something interesting and effective here with Babbel, I suspect you will too. Right now, get up to 55% off your Babbel subscription when you go to babbel.com/sacred. That's babbel.com/SACRED. Again, that's babbel.com/sacred for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. All right, Logan Byford wrote in and said, Dear Sacred Daddios, this question is mostly aimed at Colin. With the Sacramento Kings clinching an NBA playoff spot, the Jets are tied with the Buffalo Sabres for the longest postseason droughts in the 4 major U.S. sports. What kind of mental breakdowns will you have if the Aaron Rodgers deal doesn't go through and the Jets miss the postseason for the 13th straight season? The Aaron Rodgers deal is going to go through. Everyone that talks about it is confident in that. And I think the Jets have all the leverage, by the way. Because the Packers want that first round pick this year, and we're only a few weeks away from the draft, so the Jets will just use the first round pick, and then what are they going to do? They're gonna have Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay come to fucking mini camp and come to training camp and stuff like that, and the Jets will roll with some schlub. I don't think they want that. The Packers are done, so they're gonna relinquish him, and he'll be on the Jets sooner or later. So I'm less worried about that than you would think. I mean, I get a little worried about it where it's very Jets-like to just have to be like, oh, the one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time said he wanted to play for you. Never mind. I mean, that would probably happen too. But it's so interesting. I know Dustin's not a sports fan, so I won't belabor this too much. But I was reading about the Sacramento Kings, the NBA team, and it's so crazy how long they have not made the playoffs. I mean, I was in college when they made the playoffs. I'm 38. I was in college when the Sacramento Kings made the playoffs. And I remember laying in bed in San Francisco on my laptop several years after I graduated, reading about how the Sacramento Kings were almost certainly going to be moved. And they saved the team and they kept it there. And it has this hardcore fan base that has shown up to games. I mean, I think people out there understand sports well enough to know that that is a lifetime of not making the playoffs. And for anyone to still be going to those games shows how hardcore they are. And the Jets are getting into that territory. There's no doubt. The Islanders were in pretty bad shape too. The Islanders had about a 10-year drought, but the Islanders are better now. And hopefully they can continue to play well enough to make the playoffs this year. But just wanted to throw that out there that yes, the big embarrassment there for Logan is I think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Jets. I mean, I think that's somewhat obvious that they just have to figure it out between the two teams. But the bigger fallout will be if he signs and the Jets go like 7-10. That is going to be like a meltdown that unlike you've ever seen, not only from me, but from everyone. I mean, last year was really bad. And it's cathartic for me to just kind of get this out. You know, for Jets fans, last year was so horrible because we were good for the first time and we blew it. We were 5-2, 6-3, 7-4. All we had to do was win a few more games and we would have made the playoffs, and we just melted down as we always do. So having a little bit of ounce of hope, because here's what people are saying, like the Jets with Aaron Rodgers and the team that they've built, filling up a few holes on the offensive line. We need an edge rusher. One of the best teams in the league on paper. Got to translate it. Any given Sunday. Got to translate it. But wanted to get that out. Go Jets. Jets. Justin Hegg wrote in and said, hello, my sacred dads. Last week, I was on my way to the airport at 4 a.m. Makes me want to throw up.
Ugh.
That was my situation when we were flying to Houston. During my drive, I hit what seemed like the only patch of ice in all of Kansas City and proceeded to slam into the concrete sidewall of the interstate. After shaking my nerves away and realizing I'm completely unharmed, my first thought was, holy shit, I could have died listening to Sacred Symbols. So after finding my phone and glasses, I quickly hit the rewind button 15 seconds to see what was being said as I crashed. Unfortunately, it was nothing glamorous. Just Colin asking for anyone's closing thoughts on the Last of Us finale on HBO. I'm sorry this is not a hilarious story, but just know what I would have happily died to you discussing the best game to TV adaptation of all time. Cheers and be well. Justin,
this
I'm
is
glad
a
you're
hilarious
well.
story.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Because he said finding my phone and my glasses. So I'm imagining smack, hit the barrier. He's shocked for a second.
Right.
And imagine if he only pressed the rewind button once, that within 15 seconds, his mind went, what was I listening to on Sacred Symbols so I can write this in?
Could be a full-blown lie for all we know, but he got on the show. And so we appreciate you, Justin, writing, and we're glad that you're well.
Yeah.
And be safe out there. Be careful out there. I don't want anyone to meet an untimely death listening to Sacred Symbols. Because are we going to get dragged in? Is Dustin going to get indicted? What were you saying? Holy shit, Dustin went on and on and on about Chris Chan. This dude couldn't take it anymore. He fucking drove his car into a ravine.
Oh boy.
Now Dustin's indicted. He's got $30,000 worth of legal bills. He's got to spend all this time getting grilled. It's a lot. Thank you for writing in. All right, let's get into some news, my friends. Or my friend. Well, Chris, you're still my friend too. Wherever you are, you're probably sleeping or eating. All right, I thought this was interesting. This comes from sharkgames.net, which is a site I've never heard of before, but they were reporting on PAX East 2023, which just happened. And by the way, I mean, and I want to say this from the gut, and it's unfortunate that Chris isn't here to say it. Fuck PAX East and fuck PAX. Why? Because in 2019, they gave us permission to do a panel, and then they removed that permission and unpersoned us in front of the entire industry with no explanation. And so it gives me great pleasure to see E3 Meltdown as well, Reed Pop, and we'll get into that in a little while. But at PAX East 2023, there were a series of panels, as there always are, and God of War had a retrospective panel. And there, Ben Pendergrast, who plays Tyr in God of War Ragnarok, who's an important part of the plot, talked about there being a future for Tyr. And he said basically this, and I don't think this is spoiling anything from the game, by the way, so I'm open to saying it. And I have the platinum. I saw the whole game. I don't think Tyr's existence is anything to be worried about. Quote, and I'll say this, it isn't the last you've seen of Tyr, end quote. This is what he said during the panel, kind of in an offhand comment. This is interesting because Sony Santa Monica and Sony itself have been fairly clear. I'm pretty sure that Cory himself said, Cory Barlog, that there will be no DLC, that it's over. And this doesn't sound like it's over. Now, there's two things that are possible about this. Number one, well, there's three things. Let me go into the three, what I think are three possibilities, and then we can hear from you, Dustin. Number one, they're going to do a third game, even though they said there's not going to be a third game. That's actually possible, although I don't know how they would do that. In my mind, I'm like, you look at the sales numbers and you say, well, what are you doing? I mean, you have to keep doing God of War games, like in earnest. And so that could be one thing. And I wouldn't be surprised about that. Remember, of course, someone from the studio said that they wouldn't mind. It was Eric Williams, actually, the director, saying that they wouldn't mind becoming the God of War studio. So there's some open-mindedness, like being known for that, even though that is what they're known for. They've only made God of War games. Kinetica is the only game that they've ever made that wasn't God of War 23 years ago. So there's that possibility. The second possibility is that they looked at this, and this is what I think is actually what is happening. The second possibility is that they saw the sales and they're like, oh, we're definitely doing DLC. You know, like there's absolutely no way we're just going to leave this alone. And I think that that's probably true. The third possibility is that he's just speaking out of his ass or just saying something, like, you know, which is possible too. So those are the kind of the three outcomes that I think are most likely or most plausible. Again, a third game, because we're getting another God of War in the future, but the Norse saga is over, but maybe the Norse saga will continue in some way. DLC, even though they said no DLC, or just not true. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that it is possible that after the game came out and they said no DLC, they could always change their mind and do something anyway. And I think that his quote here would line up with that. I would kind of hope that it's not a third game, at least in the sense of continuing the current God of War, just because I feel like things were pretty wrapped up pretty nicely with these two games. So, but like you said, there's so much money on the table. And here's the thing, when it comes to this quote, is that I guess it's possible he could be speaking out his ass, but I don't know. It's just such a weird thing to say without anything to back it up. Like this is like last week with the guy that is the voice of Venom. He would know. So why would he say something like that? So it makes sense.
Well, because people, I was going to say people, and by the way, the game is as of 6 or 7 weeks ago, 11 million copies. I would assume that it's probably at something like 15 million now, 14 million. It's a lot of copies. And so there is that. But because some people are saying, well, they're doing a God of War show. I think it's on Amazon. Maybe he's speaking about that. But I'm like, why would the voice actor for Tyr know about what they're doing at the Amazon show? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, that could be true too, but they're going to use different people. That would be like Nolan North having any insight into the Uncharted film. He was, well, I don't even want to say what I was going to say. Spoiler. All right. Well, I think that, so what's your consensus? DLC?
I think that maybe this is a possibility where maybe they can do something in the line of like a Miles Morales, only for God of War, where you can have something that's bigger than a DLC, but not quite a sequel that takes place in that world. Maybe it's something like that. I would hope that it's either that or a DLC, personally.
We'll see. God of War Ragnarok. Check it out. Came out November 9. Very good game. Okay. What's next? Major layoffs at EA. These were reported just yesterday from when we're recording. And I'm going off of GamesIndustry.biz's article, which says EA restructuring and laying off 6% of its workforce. So Andrew Wilson, longtime CEO of Electronic Arts, told their family of nearly 13,000 employees that they're going to cut about 6% of them. The website has done the math that comes out to about 775 employees, and EA's CEO notes that while, quote, they're operating from a position of strength, end quote, they have to make some changes, including building games with larger communities, making the most of these communities with social and creator tools, and creating blockbuster interactive storytelling. This actually sounds like an EA I can get behind. I mean, you don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. And obviously, I think a lot of these companies are heavily bloated. with too many people working at them, making too many games, because I just think the publishers need to just focus on fewer products of a higher quality, especially at this level. So I think that this is a sensible move. But I am interested in this because they're saying building games with large communities. So Apex Legends, things like that. The Sims, I would look at as something like that. And then making the most of these communities with social and creator tools. So like certainly something like the Sims creator tools in their shooters, FIFA customization, all that kind of different stuff with their sports games. And then creative, and this is a quote, creating blockbuster interactive storytelling. And they've been doing a pretty damn good job at that, according to some of the games they've been releasing. And I would specifically say Dead Space Remake, which we'll get into in a little while because Resident Evil 4's remake is being contrasted with that. And I think obviously so. I mean, Dead Space Remake is an extraordinarily strong game and one of the strongest EA games I can remember in recent memory, if not the strongest. So this all makes sense. They're looking to save some cash. It's unfortunate for the people that are going to get laid off. I unfortunately don't think it's the end of this. And as they note at the end of the article, we have to remember that they already shut down their Louisiana QA office, which was 200 freelancers. So that's an addition to the 775 or so that are getting laid off or will be laid off in the weeks to come. So our apologies to everyone that's affected. But Dustin, what are your analytical thoughts on this situation?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I can imagine feeling frustrated if you're one of the people that's laid off, that EA saying, well, we're operating from a position of strength. It's like, yeah, I get that. But I don't know. It sounds like kind of a weird thing to say for me. I get why he's saying that, but I think it's good to see their commitment to saying creating blockbuster interactive storytelling. And I think that one of the biggest, more low key, I guess it's not low key, but of course, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order being probably, I would imagine, a bit of a revelation to them after failing so spectacularly with Star Wars before that, and realizing like, oh, we don't need to make a live service microtransaction hell game for it to be successful. We can do something that's, I guess, compared to that smaller scale, and do something that people really like and remains a top seller throughout for years to come if the quality's there. And so it's good to see that. I'm guessing Dead Space is going to be another game in that wheelhouse for them. And it's nice to see, after so many years, seeing these companies focus so much on multiplayer and live service and stuff like that, to see some of them say like, okay, well, we're going to keep doing that, but that's not just the future. We also have these more standalone experiences as well, which is vital.
All right. Another piece of news that came out around the time we did last week's episode, but people wrote in a lot of people actually wrote in about it. So I didn't want to ignore it because I was going to just move on based on the timing. But Saxon Miller is one of the people that wrote in. And again, you can write in on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Says, hello, Sacred Fam. TMNT is going to be the subject of a AAA God of War style game. What studio could make the game amazing, in your opinion? And what studio do you think is going to do it? I could see Team Ninja possibly taking the reins. Thank you. And as always, thank you for the amazing content. Thank you, Saxon, for writing in. I played I played hockey with another goalie. I was on my team during a summer league in like 1994 or something like that when I was a kid. And his name was Saxon. And that was the only Saxon I ever knew in my life. So interesting to encounter another one. Saxon Miller, thank you again. So this reporting actually comes from a rare source these days, and I don't mean it as an insult. Polygon is the one that wrote this story. And Polygon, I just know this is someone who writes the show every week and has since 2018. Polygon doesn't break shit. So I was really surprised to see that this was there. But they're reporting that a AAA adaptation of The Last Ronin, which is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles graphic novel that I think was released in something like 5 parts or 4 parts in 2020, is getting a AAA adaptation. And they go into it a little bit in the story about what The Last Ronin is. And I don't know very much about The Last Ronin personally. I'll explain a little bit about what it is in a moment. But the important thing and the interesting thing here is that they don't know, or at least don't say who's making the game, and that they say it's several years out, but that the partner makes sense. So this brings a lot of mystery into who's making this game. Now, I'm a big TMNT fan from my childhood, but it's not something I followed into this era. I didn't see the new movies. Aren't there like live action weird movies or not live action? Rather, no, not the old live action ones, the cool ones, but there's like some weird eldritch ones from Nickelodeon, right?
Yeah, Megan Fox was in it. I never saw it, but I
And
know
so
what you're
I don't know
talking
anything
about.
about that. I'm talking about like the old cartoons, the old graphic novels, that kind of stuff. I love it. I just like the world of Turtles. And actually, when Shredder's Revenge came out this past summer, the brawler from Dotemu, I was all over it. I was like, oh, this is fucking dope. And actually, Tribute Games is the one that made that. Dotemu published it. But I was looking back and thinking about it. When was the last time we even got a really high quality TMNT game? And it's really been a long time, because I think the last attempt people would say was probably 2016 with Mutants in Manhattan by Platinum, but that was by all accounts not very good. And before that, we were getting kind of cheaper games, re-releases of some of the brawlers, remakes of some of the brawlers, and so on and so forth. So you really have to go back a long ways to find a game of true note. And I would say that for a lot of people, at least on, and I know this might be crazy to some people, but as far as console ports and just console games generally, the NES TMNT arcade port which was we knew as TMNT 2 on NES, is probably still the best Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game ever. So there's a huge space to do this right. And I love that they're backing up a little bit. First of all, celebrating the past by getting those games out. You know, a lot of old Konami games have come out again. Konami used to be the one that made the TMNT games and so on and so forth. But slow down, stop beating the shit out of it, and let something shine and get people's attention. Have a real slick $100 million plus TMNT game. So maybe this is what we're going to get finally. I don't know what your fandom is with TMNT. I don't know. Your people your age, I don't know if you missed it or if it was still going. I don't know. I actually have no fucking clue. So do you care about this?
So I'm like, there are people my age that like TMNT. I feel like it's a hair late in some ways, but I love my, for Sega Genesis, one of my favorite games was TMNT Hyperstone Heist. Was just fucking awesome. I know a lot of people preferred Turtles in Time, but that's the one we had. This game sounds interesting to the point where I don't know a lot about The Last Ronin, but it sounds like a intriguing concept for a more adult focused TMNT story. I'm curious about who could be making it though. The first studio that came to mind for me was Monolith, just because they have some of that third person action adventure credentials with particularly Middle Earth. But they're currently, last we know of, are working on that Wonder Woman game that's kind of gone missing in these past few years. But
yeah, and I wonder what the conflict between Nickelodeon and WB would be in even getting that off the ground. Like the one thing we have to figure out is like, what is it? Is it relevant? Who is it? Like, or is Nickelodeon going to go deep into someone else's roster or use like a freelance studio or use an Embracer studio or?
yeah,
I don't know like how they really operate, to be honest.
I know that. Okay, so I looked. There has been collaborations between Warner Brothers and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, specifically in the film world.
Okay.
It says, let's see, it is
Great.
a film distributor and creator. So yeah, they've done something together. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. But did you have any studios you think would fit the bill outside of them?
Not really. The suggestion of Saxon of Team Ninja is interesting. I don't know. Like that strikes me as too hardcore. Even if you're making a Ninja Gaiden style game and not a Neo style game, I think that that's just too hardcore of a studio for the feel. Unless they're going to really loosen up. Because I don't think you want to make TMNT be too grueling. But you can make it grounded and serious. A first party is possible. I don't know if that's worth your money and time to do that. You know, there's a big difference between, say, Spider-Man and TMNT. It might have been worth your while 20 years ago or 30 years ago, but not now. I don't know who comes to mind otherwise. It's funny because Platinum already got a shot at it, but you would have imagined they would have done a much better job than they apparently did. Although I didn't play that game. That was during the era of when they were trying a few different things, because they did a Transformers game too, right? Around
and
that
people
time.
liked that. The Transformers game is good, but the TMNT game and the Legend of Korra game were not very good, apparently.
Yeah. So, and that's surprising, actually. So you would think a studio like that would be able to handle it. You're thinking, I mean, let's think about it. You're looking for third person action RPG, I would assume, with a lot of kinetic movement and energy. I mean, I said it earlier, the Last Ronin, as I understand it, is about basically all of the turtles being dead except for one of them. And
Right.
you play it, or it's through the eyes of that turtle, but the turtle uses katanas and nunchucks and sais and a bow staff, so you don't really know who it is. And I find that really interesting. And that's I mean, you could see how that whole mechanic can work. Bringing up a radial menu, selecting your weapon, upgrading your weapons, getting all these different. I mean, you can definitely see how that would work, but I don't know. I mean, Sucker Punch would be an interesting one. I just don't think Sony would use their resources for a TMNT game.
Yeah,
but we'll see. Maybe it'll be announced soon. It probably is something. It's probably like an Embracer studio or some new team, and we just don't know about.
What was the other recent game that said that they wanted it to be like, it's Dragon Age, that's also getting God of War style combat. So I wonder if that's going to be something we see more and more over the next few years.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Liquid IV, the hydration brand that comes through in the clutch when you need it most. Learn more now at liquidiv.com using the promo code SACRED. So Sacred Symbols is ultimately a show for adults, so let's be adults for just a moment. We've all been knocked for a loop after a long night of drinking, partying, and hanging out with friends. I've been there. A long day in the hot, humid southern sun, a bit too much liquid social lubrication at a party. Dehydration can ruin your day, and I love that Liquid IV created a product that is made for those exact situations. But the beauty behind these inevitabilities of life is that there are ways to effectively deal with them, and one such reliable remedy is Liquid IV. Liquid IV is a powder that you mix into water, and drinking it can really come in handy when your body is down and out for any number of reasons. Chock full of 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and the almighty vitamin C. And with 3 times the electrolytes of traditional sports drinks, Liquid IV's uses are legion and has been taken advantage of by millions of people the world over. So whether you're simply looking for a pre-workout boost or are trying to survive a multi-day music festival in the blazing heat surrounded by more alcohol than Prohibition-era moonshiners, Liquid IV can help you get back on your feet, give you the energy you need, and replenish your body with what is missing most. With a ton of flavors to try, with a non-intrusive ingredients list full of premium components and safe for those with gluten, dairy, and soy intolerances, Liquid IV can help the active amongst you. My friends, you can grab your Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the promo code SACRED at checkout. That's liquidiv.com with the promo code SACRED. That's 20% off anything you order when you shop Better Hydration today using the promo code SACRED at liquidiv.com.
Well, speaking of that, let's go into the next story. Talk about Dragon Age Dreadwolf again. I don't know why we're talking about this game so much, but it's because people are reporting on it. And this comes from website GamesBeat. So basically, the long and short of it is Mark Darrah, who is a long time but ex BioWare producer, who worked on all of the Dragon Age games and other products, is coming back after like being gone from EA for 2 years. He's coming back in a consultation role, so he's not a full-time employee. But GamesBeat rather reached out to EA and were told by PR, quote, "Our studio is focused on creating the best Dragon Age Dreadwolf while the core Mass Effect team continues their pre-production work. We continue to iterate and polish Dreadwolf, focusing on the things that matter most to our fans. As we further connect this new experience with the series' legacy, Mark Darrah will join the team as a consultant, bringing with him years of experience working on Dragon Age. We're proud to have this team with strong leadership at the helm working together to realize the vision we have for the game," end quote. EA has said that Dreadwolf has been in post-production since September, and the team's been hard at work, spending lots of time iterating and making it better. Now the team has the ability to do a complete playthrough. It can iterate and polish on the things that matter most to fans. I don't really understand what they mean by that, though, because never mind. I misread that. So anyway, what do you think about this? Dragon Age, we've known for a while Dragon Age Dreadwolf was an alpha, so it's playable. They're bringing in kind of an old head to see things, manage things, massage things, let them know what feels right. Probably because BioWare is just totally different now than it used to be. So you need some sort of connective tissue between the past and the present if you're going to do these kinds of games. But I don't know. I have so little faith in BioWare, to be honest, that they're very much, I hope I'm wrong. I would love for them to come out with these amazing games, but they have so much to prove. It's like, why would you have any expectations until you see the product? I have high expectations of EA right now, but certainly not from BioWare, which is a market change from years past.
Right. And from what it sounds like, the development of this game has been all over the place, from once having a bunch of live service elements to taking those out. Now we're hearing, I think it was last time we heard about this game was about its like God of War style combat, which fans of the series weren't necessarily amped about. And so now you're hearing about them pulling resources from another team, from the Mass Effect team, and also needing to bring in older studio heads in order to help on the game. So it doesn't exactly inspire confidence when you hear about it. And obviously there's an element in that Dragon Age does not speak to you and I, Colin. So
No.
we're we're not really excited about this game. Dude, if it comes out and it's awesome, I'll be there playing it along with everybody else. But overall, I just can't help but think like, man, this feels like another BioWare blunder in the making. Just from how we've seen this over time, just continually evolve or devolve, I guess, in some ways. So I hope it works out for them. But if this is not good at the very least, then I don't know. I think last time we talked about how EA, it's like, is it just a PR thing that they cannot shut down BioWare? They just can't do it. It would be too bad. So they're just kind of holding on, continuing to release these lackluster products. And so I don't know. Again, I'm not wishing for anything to be bad or for them to not do well. I want this game to be awesome. I want the old BioWare back. But everything we've read so far does not signal that.
No, I think this is it. I think that these two games, specifically Dragon Age, is going to come way before Mass Effect. So they have to get it right, or I don't think we might not even get to Mass Effect. I don't even know how you could possibly, in a self-respecting way, even keep the studio open and have anyone care about and have the nerve to try to market, another BioWare game to people if this Dragon Age game doesn't pan out, because then it would be Anthem and it would be Mass Effect Andromeda, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Why do you think we can? You shut down studios for way less than this that people miss dearly, like Visceral and Pandemic. So it's crazy that you would let this one studio linger and just continue to take advantage of the audience. But I think it's an interesting piece with Darrah coming back, because Darrah is a producer. He was project directing on Dragon Age, and his roots are actually in programming. He was one of the lead programmers on Baldur's Gate back in the 90s. But he was the executive producer of the Dragon Age games. But you know what else he was the executive producer of? Anthem.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he left. After Anthem fell off a cliff. And that was when Anthem Next, remember that whole Next thing was beginning, and they were thinking about trying to revive it, and they didn't. So I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know his talent level. I think his talent level obviously is very high, but I don't know. He saw Anthem through, and that didn't work out very well. But that's not, to be fair, a producer isn't really the creative in the process. And it does sound like he's going to have much more. They're consulting with him, so obviously he's going to have a lot more creative control. But as the producer, that's more of a get things done role, as opposed to direction, design, all the rest. Anyway, we'll see how that all plans out. I'll be very interested to see how gameplay looks and when they will show that off, because I think that will be obviously be key to the entire ordeal. All right. This came quickly, and we can talk about this if you want, but in Tanta We Trust, which is Forspoken's, or Tanta We Trust, which is Forspoken's upcoming DLC that was announced a couple of weeks ago and we talked about briefly on the show, will now come May 26th. So it has a release date, and it will be available for PlayStation 5 as well as on PC if you played it over there. Of course, Forspoken came out in January to PS5. It sold fairly appreciably, actually, just not to Square Enix's standard. We'll talk about that in a little while when we get into the main news segment of the show, because Forspoken actually shows up in a surprising place. But this DLC is coming in. This will be the final product from Luminous, which is basically shipping this out the door as they're being dissolved and squeezed into other Square Enix owned developers. And maybe this will give a breath of fresh air to Forspoken. I have no idea. It's still a game I'm gonna get to at some point. I just feel like it's kind of like Saints Row, which we're gonna talk about in a little bit too, where I feel like I'm probably gonna play this at some point just to see. But anything to say about In Tanta We Trust, May 26th?
I guess it's just glad to see that they're Well, they're kind of obligated to release it because I think it's part of whatever their special edition era is or whatever. Just because the last Luminous production game, Final Fantasy 15, had a lot of DLC canceled that was in production. They had to basically, I think they released a book that summarized a lot of story stuff that they were going to get into that they weren't able to. And that's fucking Final Fantasy. That's crazy to me still that they weren't able to get the support to release that DLC. So I think this is a nice window of time where it's not too long after the main game for it to come out. Still can be fresh for a lot of people to hop back in. I don't think it's going to move the needle on this game at all, but we'll see. Hopefully it's good. Do we know? I'm looking at the press release. It doesn't say how much it cost.
No, I looked. I didn't see either. Let's assume $19.99. I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea. But get off of the press release because I want to ask you a little trivia question and I want you to cheat.
Oh, okay.
About Square Enix Inc. It says at the bottom, and there's some interesting stuff here. And it goes into, Square Enix and Taito branded entertainment, blah, blah, blah. The Square Enix group of companies boasts a valuable portfolio of intellectual properties, including Final Fantasy, which has sold over 173 million units worldwide. Dragon Quest, which has sold 85 million units worldwide. And the legendary, is this third IP that they bring up here? I think you'll be surprised. I don't think you'll be able to guess it. I wouldn't be able to guess it. You'll know it, but you would never guess what was the third important thing that they felt like they should bring up? Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest.
Kingdom Hearts?
No.
Nier?
No. You're never going to guess it.
Okay.
It's so weird. That's why Space Invaders.
What? That's awesome.
Including Final Fantasy, which has sold over 173 million units worldwide, Dragon Quest, which has sold over 85 million units worldwide, and the legendary Space Invaders. Now, Space Invaders is legendary and
sure
was, wasn't there a run on 25 yen coins or something like that in Japan in the 80s because of that? Like people couldn't because of Space Invaders. So obviously, but I just thought that was funny. That goes to show you the public face of a company that wants to get your attention. Space Invaders is not what you think of when you think of Square Enix. But
dude,
they do
reboot Space Invaders. Let's make it AAA.
Dude, I fucking love Space Invaders. Just the just the whole. I don't know if you like that kind of game, but just the whole enemy row slowly coming down. You're firing away at it. You have the little barriers. They're firing back at you. It's a pretty clever game. I mean, that to me is a stone cold banger from that era, along with Miss Pac-Man and Arkanoid and a few others. It's fucking awesome. Love Space Invaders.
I can't get into Space Invaders. I do like Galaga a great deal, but obviously that's much more advanced than,
it's similar.
Space Invaders.
Yeah, similar idea. All right. I wanted to ask you about this. PlayStation blog posted about this.
Yeah.
Because it's so weeby. And I can't deny my own love of weeb games, of course. But you're the anime weeb guy and the game weeb guy. I'm just not the game weeb guy. Micah calls me a fake weeb and a neckbeard. I was like,
nice.
She actually made me gutturally laugh hysterically because she's like, you fucking, like as a joke, she's like fucking neckbeard or whatever. And I was like, wow, that was so funny coming from that face.
Stone cold.
Space fantasy RPG Honkai Star Rail comes to PlayStation soon. This game comes from MiHoYo, and MiHoYo, of course, is the studio and the Chinese studio, importantly, behind Genshin Impact. Now, Sony clearly has a relationship with this team and this publisher, and Genshin Impact is on PlayStation, huge game on PlayStation, not on Xbox, right? So that's a relevant thing. And this game was announced for I think for PC and mobile, and then was announced for PlayStation. We don't know the exact details, but I was reading around about it. It's turn-based, first of all, which is awesome. I love it. It looks pretty cool, dude. And I wrote here in the notes, will Honkai Star Rail test Colin's anti-communist bona fides? What are your thoughts on this game? I'm very curious to think what you think about it.
Yeah, this definitely, I saw the trailer, I saw the gameplay, and all of it definitely looks very appealing. But the problem for me is just that from checking out Genshin Impact, I know where they're going to get you on this. They're going to want you to buy the loot boxes to unlock new characters and stuff like that.
Well, wait, is it? Is it free to play, or is it a purchasable game?
I think it would be dumb if it wasn't. But let me Let me check because I'm pretty sure it's going to be free. They made so much money on Genshin Impact that, yeah, okay, I'm saying on Dextero, Honkai Star Rail is a free-to-play turn-based RPG.
That's interesting. Okay, so you're right. Oh, okay. That wasn't clear to me. I don't think I'd be interested in it then, to be honest.
Yeah. That's the problem, is that people like you and I just want to buy the game and play it, particularly in a game like this that does seem like a story character-driven RPG. It's like, just let me buy the game and play it. Now, clearly we're in the wrong. If you look at the other game,
Genshin Impact?
Genshin Impact has done crazy, insane numbers. It has a huge following, a huge community behind it. So clearly they're the ones that are making the right business moves here by doing that. But I just have no interest in paying a few dollars to roll a dice on whether I get the character I want or something like that. It's just not appealing to me at all. But I'm curious, Colin, if you had any knowledge, because you I think you said jokingly just that about it testing your communist China resistance, basically. But does MiHoYo, are they considered nefarious by any means in their connection to the CCP?
They're not. It's just assumed to have a functioning big business in China, the government typically holds so-called golden shares. Like they have control in some way of everything. Doesn't mean they're in. I don't think that the Chinese Communist government is going around being as fucking sinister as humanly possible in every conceivable way. It's just the potential is there. They have differences of opinions. The difference between our companies and Chinese companies is that there are no golden shares of American companies. We can do whatever we want. In fact, most of our companies have completely adversarial relationships with the government and are often sued by the government, often indicted by the government, drawn before congressional hearings by the government. They hate each other. So like it's a different, you kind of want to exist in that world where the two sides don't really like or trust each other. They don't work together. They have different goals. That's not the case in China. So that's why it's just worth considering what you're getting and like how that can sneak in. I know people are worried with TikTok specifically, like the level of indoctrination, how you can just engineer things and why they don't let these things, like you can't play this game openly forever all you want in China. That's interesting. You can't use TikTok as we use it in the United States in China.
And it's tuned different to display different kinds of things in China.
Right, exactly. So it's just, those are the things that are relevant. But I've said this in the past that I want to embrace, I want to embrace Chinese games in some way. And I lament often on this show that it seems like we're just not going to get very many that say or do or mean much because of how hamstrung they are. And I reported a couple weeks ago, which I didn't see, I only saw written on one website, which is why I was reporting it, about how the big Chinese game developers and publishers have basically all coalesced voluntarily to create a self-censorship doctrine. That's not a huge deal in a lot of ways, but what it means is that we're never going to get authentic, honest political stories or anything. I want that kind of shit out of China, man. I've said before, China's an ancient civilization. China is what, 5 or 6 times, 7 times older than the United States. I mean, there's like a lot. In fact, Mike is reading some interesting like Chinese fiction, like historical fiction right now. And I'm not talking about Romance of the Three Kingdoms and stuff. I mean, I get all that, but like all of it, there's just so much that could be potential. And imagine a story being told about China. Let me give you an example. Based on the terms of service on PlayStation, a video game cannot be about China's invasion of Taiwan. It can't. You cannot even broach that subject. That sucks. Wouldn't that be interesting to hear a story like that from them? Not that it would be safe for them to tell it. But I don't know, man. These are the things that get disappointing. So I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like we're being siphoned off from, or I should say siloed off from, an entire creative group of people. And unfortunately, MiHoYo is like the only shit that we get to interact with in like in a way that feels like there's nothing sinister about it. It's not like the Activision relationship with Tencent or NetEase or whatever the fuck like went south recently, and all the money and all the drama. So maybe it's a game worth checking out, but I don't want to play free-to-play games. I don't want to send that message. I don't want to be counted as someone that supports those kinds of games. If they were to ever sell a turn-based role-playing game and just say, like, here it is, then I would be happy to do that. Again, this goes all the way back to when EA and PopCap released Plants vs. Zombies 2 and refused to let you buy it. Like, you had no choice but to just interact with it in this way. And I'm like, well, I'm not playing this shit then. And all these years later, I still feel the same exact way. But I will say that aesthetically, the game looks like a mixture of Star Ocean, Tales, and like Phantasy Star. And that's very intriguing.
Yeah. And it sucks. I mean, for you, Colin, it sucks that the most interesting, like, I guess not Chinese history, but Chinese lore / legend is the game Black Myth Wukong, which is a, Journey of the West. It's a Souls-like, so probably not going to be your cup of tea, but at least we have something in that realm coming, and we'll see how that goes, of course.
Totally. And hopefully these guys eventually imagine if and when they become unshackled from this shit, they're going to all be very eager to tell very specific stories. And I'll be waiting. All right. Our friend, Andy Robinson, over from Video Games Chronicle, who is the editor-in-chief of Video Games Chronicle and the owner of it. And he used to work at Playtonic. He was actually one of the writers on Yooka-Laylee, if you remember that. Anyway, he's a very reliable source, very friendly source. And he reports on Twitter, although I didn't see this written on their website, I might have missed it. Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, which they've been reporting on for a while, is now a 2024 title, and there's still talk of a Metal Gear Solid re-release of some kind. E3 window was their marketing plan last he heard, he writes. So Metal Gear Solid 3, they seem to be going in this direction. And what I wanted to kind of, we've talked about this in the past, but if they're starting there, is the assumption that they're going to do this chronologically? Because why else would you start there? I know some people think that's the best Metal Gear game, but I don't think the consensus is quite there to make that the obvious entry point. And I think it's actually a little bit dangerous to do that game. So I give Konami a little bit of credit, although I think that this began before, obviously, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But that game's all about Russians. All of them are Russian. Speaking Russian the entire time. Although they don't, which is annoying. And I hope that when I've said in the past, I hope in the remake they actually speak Russian like they're supposed to be in the entire game. So do we assume that because it takes place in the 60s, which is basically the beginning of the chronology, that's where they're beginning and then they'll go from there? And do you like that decision? Because I personally would rather them start with Metal Gear Solid 1 just because I think it's in desperate need of a rehaul and it's fucking awesome too. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, what are your thoughts?
I'm in agreement. I think that starting here kind of sucks, actually. And it's not that Metal Gear Solid 3 sucks. That's not what I mean. I think that I liked at the time when the games came out how 3 took things back. It was very interesting to get some of this backstory, some context of what you learned about in the first 2 games. And we're in many generations after Metal Gear Solid 1. This will be a lot of people's maybe even first experience with Metal Gear Solid, and they're going to be starting here. And I don't know, maybe I'm stuck in my ways in that I feel like people should have the same experience we did playing these in the order they were released. I'm curious. I'm not too in tune with what the Metal Gear fan base thinks at large. I know that a lot of people think 3 is the best. So I think this makes sense from that perspective, but man, I would so much rather have 1 and 2 remake in particular than 3. And I want 3 also. Don't get me wrong. Like if they did all of them, that'd be sick. And then they could finally do a remaster of 4, get that out on current consoles. That would be amazing. It's like they're leaving money out on the table with these games. People are hungry for Metal Gear. So I don't know. This is a weird one for me. It's in a weird spot. I'm curious, since there are rumors about his exact tweet here says it's loading. Let's see, a Metal Gear Solid re-release of some kind. I wonder what that means. Does that mean something as simple as a port of the old HD remasters from Bluepoint?
Oh, you mean those? Okay. Well,
that's only 2.
that's 2 and 3. Yeah. The only time one was ever messed with was when Silicon Knights remade it.
Twin Snakes.
On GameCube, which is, I actually like Twin Snakes, but it's not really, it was so soon and it's not really right. I think everyone kind of acknowledged there's something not right about that game. It's cool though. You know, Dennis Dyack, whatever. It's like, very weird. Dennis Dyack and Hideo Kojima. Okay. So MGS1, they can't release MGS1 as it is. They can't. I don't care what anyone says. That game, dude, I was there fall 1998. I was playing it. It was beautiful. I loved it at the time, but it does not hold up anymore from any perspective. And that's a shame because it is so cool. Shadow Moses is such a cool setting. It's like the castle in Castlevania or the mansion in Resident Evil. Or Ishimura in Dead Space. It's its own really dope military complex. Its own the Shadow Complex. It's a venue, and imagine it being just totally remade on the PS5. Imagine Psycho Mantis on the PS5, Vulcan Raven on the PS5, Decoy Octopus on the PS5.
Oh,
I mean, that to me gets me more excited. And Konami's flippancy, and because they've shown this already with Silent Hill. They're like, no, we're just going to go right to Silent Hill 2. It's like, I respect that in some sense. Silent Hill 2 is the famous one, and they're doing the same thing, I guess, with Metal Gear Solid, but you're kind of handicapping your ability to just do them all. Why would you go to do Silent Hill 2 and then do Silent Hill 1 after that? Unless you're just never going to do that again, or you're just going to begin some sort of new timeline here. It just seems like it's not taking the long view. And I would think Konami is one of the rare companies with their back catalog that can take the long view and say, like, we have we're in no rush. We have Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Peace Walker, the original Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 if we wanted to mess around with those, and then a pantheon of games and other platforms, and we don't need to do anything. We can just do them slowly. Everyone's going to buy your Metal Gear Solid remake. Whether or not they hate you, because it's going to be a big deal if and when they do it. People are going to be pissed, but they're not going to be that pissed. Mm-hmm. I will love to see Metal Gear fans, some of the most hardcore people in the world, not buy a Metal Gear Solid remake. Or not buy Metal Gear Solid 3 remake or whatever. That's going to be an interesting thing, though. And I'll be interested to see what Kojima has to say about that. And what kind of interactions Konami has with the industry at large. Like, will Konami show something at the Video Game Awards? That seems like that's a burned bridge, right? I don't know. A lot of interesting avenues to explore. But nonetheless, according to our friend Andy Robinson, Metal Gear Solid 3 remake in 2024. Okay, and finally, I wanted to just bring this up because I thought it was fascinating. Saints Row, Saints Row, the remake of or it's not remake, but the new Saints Row 1, the new Saints Row 1 was released last year, and people didn't really like it very much. And I was surprised to see on their website that they're nonetheless having unleashing an ambitious release schedule here for new products from developer Volition. And so there's going to be basically 3 expansions between May and August for this, in addition to a bunch of new improvements, features, and so on and so forth, cosmetics, new areas of this explorable city that they've made, and so on and so forth. I was surprised to see this because Embracer noted that the game was expensive to make, didn't sell well. But this might go to your point, Dustin, that this was just something they have to do because they promised it. And I don't know why they feel like these promises, they're clearly not effective. I don't know why you put yourself on the hook. And I wonder how you get yourself out of that too. How do you do that? I guess you have to refund people if they bought the special edition or something, the difference. I don't really know. So I know that they're on the hook once they announce it to do it, but it's still surprising because it just seems like people hate this game.
Right. Well, and it seems like they're kind of getting it out relatively quickly because this is April. They have a free thing in April, and then expansion pass 1 in May, 2 in July, and then 3 in August. So it's kind of like a quick boom, 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 get these out, and then hopefully they can just move on from that point. But yeah, you have to imagine it has something to do with making the numbers look as good as possible on day one for people that pre-order the special edition. That just bumps up your number, try to lock them in while they're excited before the game is out. I've done that before years and years ago in particular, and it wasn't even necessarily bad DLC, but for Fallout 4, I preemptively bought all the DLC and then I played one of them. But they got my money in advance, and I learned something at that moment. I'm like, I'm never doing that again. Why would I pre-buy something that I don't even know what it is yet? It doesn't make any sense. So I think the key for people too is just that we talk about pre-ordering and stuff like that. It's like, if you especially don't know what the DLC is yet, it's just a vague promise of DLC, and you don't even know if the game is good, don't buy the DLC. You can buy it after. There's no problem with buying it after. Just wait. Don't trust in companies to this point where you're just freely giving them your money when you don't even know what you're getting back at any quality.
I agree.
So keep that in mind.
It's very rare for me because I with preloading of the big games now, and even some of the smaller games, I refuse to buy anything until it's like around that preload period. And then I'm like, all right, it's basically the same as buying it. I'm going to do it. It's going to preload. It's going to be ready to go. But it's very rare for me to buy the premium edition. Even if it seems like it's a good deal or it makes sense, sometimes the premium edition is like, what are you even offering? Like, I think with the Resident Evil 4 remake, I'm like, what are you even offering me? I don't even understand what I'm getting. I'm getting like a fucking briefcase or something. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But once in a blue moon, I will buy the premium edition, and I don't want to regret it either. So I have to be very confident in a product. And what I will say about this though, and because I mentioned I wanted to play this game earlier, is that I think I'm going to get to this game. And I feel like I'm probably going to like it, but I'm just going to wait for all of the expansions to come out and for them to just be totally done tweaking it. Because they've tweaked the ever-loving shit out of it. Yeah. Like changed entire combat systems, added massive new parts of the city. It's like a completely different game now. Maybe the game they should have released. I mean, God forbid. But I'll be happy to pay $10 or $20 for it this summer and get the expansions. Or even better yet, wait for the inevitable... They won't have a Game of the Year edition, but they'll have some sort of complete edition probably that gets all the DLC. So we'll get that at that time. All right, my friend. Let's get into what we're playing. We're both playing the same exact thing. Broderick Fleming wrote in and said, hey, Lord Colin, Dustin Krauser, and Castellan Chris. Not here, unfortunately. RE4 Remake is here, and it's a perfect reimagining of a classic story. I've completed the original game over 20 times, and Remake did a phenomenal job of retaining the nostalgia of the original, but also keeping you on your toes as almost everything feels similar, but just different enough. What are your guys' thoughts on the game? All right, let's hear your thoughts on Resident Evil 4 Remake. Where are you in it? Did you beat it?
I've not beat it yet. I'm on Act 2.
Okay, I'm
the
not.
second location.
I'm not. I'm on Chapter 11 right now, I think. So
okay, yeah. I think this game is fucking awesome. I absolutely love it. I'm loving it more even than I expected to. It's really incredible what they've managed to do. And I think we've seen this repeatedly now over the last few years with these kind of high, big budget remakes that sometimes border on reimagining, where I just played Resident Evil 4 earlier, or either late last year or early this year. I think it was late last year. And so a lot of this is fresh in my mind. But what's fun is that there's times where I'll be like, okay, I don't think this was part of the original game, but it flowed into it so well that I didn't even necessarily realize at first. And it's the things they improved are just so obvious to me playing it recently, particularly just how Leon feels moving around. I know that before launch, there was a lot of conversation about one of the big elements is your knife can now break in the game. And I actually feel like they balance that out really well in that it's not just something you can lean on completely, but it is powerful when you need it. The only negative aspects I would say right now is that from a visual perspective, there's some elements of this game that I think look a little gross, like particularly some of the foliage and the hair you get real shimmery on PlayStation 5. And to my understanding, the ray tracing isn't very good if you have that on. I don't have that on at all. But everything else, it's been so awesome seeing like, oh man, this is this part. How are they going to do it? And then it's like even better than I would have expected. Like some early on bosses in particular. I won't say them specifically because I really just think people should go and experience them. I absolutely love how they did it and the way they expanded, and there's some new weapons involved and new challenges, and I am absolutely loving it. So, Colin, how are you finding it so far?
Yeah, so I'm on chapter 11, and I think it's great. I was surprised by how different it was. It seems to embrace a more Resident Evil 3 philosophy than Resident Evil 2 in the remake approach, because I think that there are fundamental differences in the game that were much more present in the Resident Evil 3 remake than the Resident Evil 2 remake. In fact, that was like one of the contentions, was how much can you change the game? And I think they've changed this game quite a bit. But I don't think it's for the worse. I think it's for the better in a lot of different ways. I think one of the things I'm really impressed with is how much they've retained what I would consider to be Resident Evil's hallmark and trademark brown aesthetic. The game is so, and I know that's like a really bad descriptor. It makes it sound like shit, but that's what I always remember about playing it on GameCube when I played it for the first time in 2005, was this game is very brown. It's very, Metal Gear Solid 3 is actually a similar game from a similar time, actually, which is funny. It's very brown. It's very earthy. It's very dark. There's very little color until, maybe other parts of the game, at least in the beginning. And I think it really retained that very well, because a lot of that aesthetic came from the GameCube's limitations and the PS2's limitations later on with shadows and color. But they managed to kind of retain it, and that just real thick smog of just palpable fear based on this really creepy setting that we've never really seen in a Resident Evil up to that point. So I dig that. I dig that the retention of that, the creepiness is to another level. The gunplay is pretty good. The voice acting's good. The characters look great. It's still campy and corny. Kept a lot of the funny lines in it. And obviously the merchant's really awesome. And they've done a really nice job of realizing the game while adding new stuff to it and changing some things. I do have some problems with it, but I don't think that they're major. And in fact, one of them I'll talk about right now, which is and Austin Clements wrote in about this, and I was surprised what he had to say, because I have the complete opposite opinion. He says, "Hey, gentlemen, I just wanted to give a shout out to the sound design in Resident Evil 4. I use the 3D Pulse headset, and the game uses that 3D to its utmost benefit. Whether it's the sound of the wind or the amazing pop of the handguns, this has to be the best sounding game I've ever heard. What do you guys think? As always, keep up the great work." I totally disagree. I don't know. Maybe other people will disagree. I'm also playing with the Pulse headset, 3D headset. And I think the guns sound good. The ambient environment probably sounds good, but there's a major problem in this game with proximity and direction. You constantly are hearing enemies as if they're close to you, constantly. And I'm so surprised that that's not something that no one wrote in about that, because I'm noticing that a lot on my headset. Like, where is this guy? He sounds like he's right on top of me. Like, you're looking everywhere. Why does it sound like he's right here? Oh, he's on the other side of the room. He's upstairs. It doesn't make any, it's just weird. So that's actually maybe my biggest sticking point with the game, is I think the sound's kind of fucked up. And I think it goes even further than that. They're constantly making groaning and grunting sounds, which is just, I don't even want to say, no, everyone knows what that game's about, who you're looking for, right?
I think we're safe to mention Ashley. She was in all the trailers.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the trailers. So you're running around with Ashley, and she's just, are you like walking, and she's just like,
oh, yeah, dude. I commented. I told Holly, I'm like,
why are you doing? It's like, shut the fuck up. It's so annoying.
It's like,
I get it. Like, if you do it once or twice, but there's just I think a lot of weirdness with the sound that really sticks out to me, because I am playing with a headset. And I was shocked to see Austin. I mean, Austin's entitled to his opinion, and I do agree that a lot of the sound design is good in premise, but I think a lot of the proximity and the way it reads, and I think it's totally screwed up. It's actually distracting, and to me in a lot of ways. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that, but I'm like looking around, like, why is this guy is literally on top of me in the headset? Where is he? And it makes you scared, but it's not accurate. So I don't know. That's been my experience with the audio. Have you noticed anything funny with the audio?
I've had that exact same experience where I'm like, oh, there's guys near me. But then I look around and I can't find them, but I can hear them doing their weird chanting And then
over
eventually,
and over and over and I know that that's probably accurate to what it would be. They would be doing it over and over and over again, probably for days. But it's very annoying. It's fucking annoying. It's like when an alarm is playing in something. It's like, all right, guys, you got to just have the alarm blare for a minute and then you got to shut it off. I get it.
I imagine it's worse in the headphones too. I've been playing. I have a surround sound setup, but I did notice that particular quirk in the sound. And then Ashley, of course, just constantly breathing loudly and grunting and stuff like that. I'm like,
so annoying.
Tune it
it's
down.
So annoying, you know? I like that character. She's cool, but and I like their kind of like weird sexual, unsaid sexual dynamic between them that I think you can read into and all this. Very strange. The undertones of the game are very weird, in my opinion. And I think that's by design, but it's just little moments like that are ruined. Here's one thing I want to say though, before we move on. One thing that I think we can say I'll say with my full chest, as it were, which is this is a PS4 game. And I don't think Dead Space Remake was a PS4 game. In fact, there literally wasn't, but comparing them, as I think they are so similar and in proximity to one another in terms of the release, I wanted to say that I think if I'm disappointed about anything overall, it's that they put this on PS4 and made a PS4 game that they then upscaled to PS5, because I think you can tell. And it's a beautiful game, but you can tell it's like not to the level that it would be if it was a PS5 game natively. And I hope we can just move on, for God's sake. Stop making games for this old console. So do you notice that at all?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious because they originally announced it as a PS5 only game, and then later said, well, we think we can do it on PS4 as well. So maybe it's that situation, maybe it's not. I think regardless, though, is that I can tell from a visual perspective, there's some things that look a little crunchy and like I said, shimmery, that I don't know. I know that this is probably on some of the other Resident Evil games too, but we've seen games that look better than this game. Dead Space Remake, I think you're right, is a more visually striking game. I think I like this game more though overall, but definitely from a visual perspective, it seems like it maybe could have used, I don't want to say could have used more time because it makes it sound like it's broken or something like that. But I guess in my head, after seeing that first trailer, I thought it was going to look slightly better than it does.
I am also falling into the old trap of Resident Evil games that I've gone through. I really remember doing this obsessively, starting with Resident Evil 0 on GameCube, but even before that, but I still play Resident Evil games the same way. It's just constantly restarting at the last checkpoint. If I don't feel like I did something, I got hit too many times, like I clear an area or whatever, but I'm like, I'm going to go back and try it again. I keep doing that in this game too, which is a sign of it's not as urgent as it was in earlier games where you had ink ribbons and really limited number of items and all the rest, but I'm finding myself playing the same way. I probably should be done with it by now, but I die. I'm not very good at it either, but I die, or more often I'm like, I just don't want to use these items here, you know, or I learn how a fight goes and then I just go back and restart. So I know exactly how to do it easily with using the fewest items, being very careful. I like that this draws that out of me.
I've multiple times walked into a room and then a big fight sequence happens. And so I immediately back off a little bit and then pick guys off with either like the pistol or something like that, or throw in grenades, clear out everyone, use up all of like nearly all of my ammo, and then walk in and find that the whole room was designed for that battle with like explosive barrels or different kinds of things to pick up. I'm like, oh, I totally didn't do that the intended way, but it was still really fun. I will say, I think it's worth pointing out, I love the flow of combat in this game and really trying to figure out, it's like, okay, from a distance, I'm going to use the pistol or the rifle. And then if someone gets too close to me, I can switch to the shotgun. And then there's also this very aggressive aspect that if you hit someone in the face, you usually can go up and fucking kick them. Mm-hmm. And that's like a really nice flow. And sometimes you get multiple enemies at once. There's a really nice flow to the combat that I'm really enjoying, like figuring out which weapons you want to take with you because you can't have everything, figuring out which ammo you want to craft. It's really got that survival horror in the terms of the economy of your ammo and the combat itself that I really, really enjoy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a lot of fun to play. Popping dudes in the head is so fun. And yeah, doing the kicking, the knifing of them.
Oh, yeah.
Like kicking them, they're on their knees and you knife them in the throat and shove another guy off and blast some dude with a shotgun, and then just kind of quickly shifting between your weapons. Really. So for me, I have a pistol, a shotgun, and a rifle. Basically, I have like a stronger pistol, a stronger shotgun, and I think like the stronger like automatic rifle. And yeah, I'm just trying to balance them all. Try to use my pistol as much as possible and keep it. If I can draw enemies towards me and fight them one at a time, so I can use as little ammo as possible. That's nice, but there have been a few cool moments in the game where I've just gone guns blazing, just been like busted in. There's like those red priest enemies. And there's like one on the far end, and I just like bum rushed him and fucking threw like a heavy grenade at him and just blew his ass up. And then like cornered myself and started popping guys as they were coming towards me. And there's a lot of definitely really fun, cool, exciting, and scary moments. There's the game scares me quite a bit. You fall through a fucking bridge, you fall down this thing, this dude jumps out at you. It's not all jump scares either, and some of it's new. So, from my remembrance of the game, so it's interesting. But you did bring up a point of contention. James York did as well on Patreon. He says, "Hey, Crafty, Chris, and Colin, and Durability, Dustin. RE4 Remake is here, and so far I am really enjoying it, even with its shoehorned-in crafting system and knife durability. Why are the game developers putting these mechanics in what seems like more and more AAA games? What value does crafting ammo even add? It takes extra inventory space, and someone had to waste time coding the system. Wouldn't it just be better to drop ammo like the original did and streamline the process for the players? And knife durability, why? Durability in games is always a bit of a drag. Do people actually like this? Anyway, I'm interested in your thoughts. Dude, armor durability in this game is what really annoyed me when I figured out that my armor broke when you buy it later on. And I'm like, this is...
It's expensive to fix.
Right. And I'm like, that's fucked. What are you talking about? Like, I thought this was supposed to be like, I'm spending a lot of money to get this permanent small boost to my defense. So I just, that bothered me. But yeah, it does feel like the crafting and the knife durability, like these are unnecessary additions. The crafting less so. I don't mind the crafting, but the knife, just durability generally, it's not fun. It's not fun. I think the reason they did knife durability is because they didn't want you to break the game by constantly knifing and sneaking up and turning it into more of a stealth game than it really is meant to be. You can kind of finagle the game into a stealth mode at certain times, but it's really not. You can tell by the way that they intentionally position zombies that they don't want you to play it like that. Like this zombie is standing in this corner facing you. There's no way around this. So there's no way you're going to get. And I think what they think is like, well, if you shoot that dude with a dart quietly and maybe get away with it, then you can get in and start knifing these guys, and it fucking breaks the entire intent of the game. And I really do think that's where knife durability comes from. Yeah. And the game feels so much better than the old game. So you're going to be able to play it with a lot of fluidity. And I think that's kind of about, I don't want to say it's a lazy way. It's just a different solution to have control over that. Much like many decisions are to keep you away from breaking games when it comes to design.
I don't have any problem with both the crafting system and the knife durability. Like you said, I think that in this game in particular, the knife is a lot more powerful in that if a zombie or whatever, one of the infected guys grabs you, you can use it as a defense that does a huge number on the durability of your knife. So it makes sense that they wouldn't want players to rely on it. And for me, personally, the knife durability is one of the first things I upgraded because I thought this thing is very powerful. I need it to be there when I'm in tense situations. I'm upgrading that very quickly. And since then, I think so far my knife has broken once just because I've managed it appropriately. And here's the thing for me with both the crafting and the knife, it's that survival horror is a huge element is the management of your resources and your items. And so the crafting system, I agree that it can be a little annoying that how much space it takes up in your inventory, but I like the freedom of being able to choose what kind of ammo I need in certain situations. Like I'll go and look and I need space. I'm like, okay, I have a few bullets left in rifle, so I'm going to spend that there. I have a lot of pistol and maybe I'll get a little shotgun as well, instead of just being at the mercy at whatever the RNG throws you when you're out in the world picking up ammo. So I'm okay with that also. So I can understand at the same time people being annoyed by it in some ways, and that if you just don't want to think about it. But I feel like that's kind of what these games are, is all about that management.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I mean, I agree with you. It's funny, this game, I don't think it read like this at the time, but reads much more like a cogent genetic link between 3 and 5 than I ever imagined. Because 4 is the first game. I mean, no matter what version of 4 you're playing, 4 is, in my opinion, and this includes Code Veronica and 0, is the first game where you have to really fight. Like, you really have to fight. There's just no way around it. You're going to fight hundreds of these things by the end of the game. And Resident Evil 5 and 6, where I didn't play 6 actually, but 5, I know 6 is, though, very much like that as well, where in the previous games, it was really about smaller numbers of enemies, more deliberate movement, slinking around, quiet, and big moments. So I think they've let it stand out more in that way now. And the action, the increased action that you see around this time is in the series is actually welcome. It reads better than I remember it. And I think the new controls just make it so much more playable. That, for instance, that opening sequence in the village itself, like in that small, is like, that's iconic. That's an icon for new players that don't know, like, that's an iconic part of the game, in my opinion, trying to figure out how to get around it or what you're supposed to do. And that moment immediately tested your bounds of what your expectations of a Resident Evil game would be with this game, because it's like throwing so many enemies at you and you have no idea, and you're just popping them and you have no idea what to do. And Resident Evil 5 begins a similar way, although it keeps that cadence going throughout it as well. So speaking of future games, we have a letter here from Zeofire, who said, "Hey CDC, with Resident Evil 4 Remake now out in the wild, what do you hope Capcom will set their sights on next? A Resident Evil 1 remake, Code Veronica, Dino Crisis? Or would you rather them step away from remakes and focus on something else? What say ye, lads? Thanks for the great shows and endless entertainment you provide that keeps me sane during my monotonous work week. You're very welcome." Thank you for writing in. They have to go back to the first one. I don't know why they refuse to do it. They obviously remade it on GameCube 20 plus years ago. It's a great remake. And they ported that ultimately to PS3 and PS4 later on, but it's not great. I mean, it's by today's standards. Don't you want to have a permanent version of Resident Evil 1 for people to go back to, like you've created with 2, 3, and now 4, where these are they'll never need to be touched ever again. It would be stupid to ever remake these games again or do anything to them. But 1 is not in that condition. And while I think I would love to see Code Veronica, which was one of my first Dreamcast games, be revisited, I'm actually a big proponent of Resident Evil 0 on GameCube. I always loved that game. I would love to see them go to those, and inevitably they'll get to 5 as well. And I would love to see what they're going to do with that, because there's going to be a lot of revision around 5. And I think I even need to revisit my own feelings about how I really feel about that game. I had a huge chip on my shoulder about Resident Evil 5 when it came out. I just was like, they fucked it up. I was like, why are they doing this to the game? Why is it like this? But maybe there's something there too. But I feel, Dustin, that it's urgent for them first to, and of course they're going to continue making new Resident Evil games. I think that's going to happen regardless, and they should do that. But you got to just go and tighten up the beginning and get Remake out of the way. And then I would go to Code Veronica, and then I would go to 0. And then I think that gives you enough time. That's probably a 10-year span. If you want to get those all out, then you go to 5 and 6. Yeah. But I think go back to 1.
I think 1 would be really cool, just in that I played the remaster of the remake last year, and it's fine. It actually wasn't as annoying to play as I expected, but it's nothing like playing these other remakes. And I think that it would be awesome for them to go back and do that origin story again. It's been enough time. I know that people will clown on the fact that it's a remake of a remake, but I think that once they play it and experience it, if it's of the same quality of these other remakes, then who cares? Because it's going to be awesome.
And that's also, like, I think it's funny. It's a funny thing to say, a remake of a remake, but no, it would be a remake of the original Resident Evil. They're not going to use the remake of Resident Evil as the benchmark. They're just going to start again. What are they going to learn from that game that they couldn't have learned 5 years earlier when the fucking game came to PS1, the first game? So I think it's funny to say that, but no, I don't think there's anything. If anything, they should have learned that they just did it too soon. And that there were other publishers, as I remind people all the time, there were other publishers in that same mode of thought. If you go read articles from 2000, 2001, Square Soft at the time was talking about remaking Final Fantasy VII on PS2. So it was not unheard of. It's just that they actually did it. And Konami did it with Metal Gear Solid. But it doesn't mean that those games don't need to be revisited. We're talking about PS1 to GameCube in both of those cases. It's like, no, we need a new version of that game. So yeah, go back to the original one. Resident Evil 1 is a tight game. Really fun, scary, seminal. And the Master of Unlocking. We can all learn about the Master of Unlocking once more. Barry, of course. The Master of Unlocking. Right? That was his
Jill
name.
Sandwich.
Jill Sandwich, of course.
That's the other thing.
Namaste25 wrote in and said, "Hi guys. Does the recent success of the remakes for Dead Space and Resident Evil 4 put pressure on Konami to deliver an up to the level, in quotes, remake of Silent Hill 2? Thanks for all the entertaining content that you constantly create. Thank you for writing in." I think the pressure is definitely on. And I don't know, man. I'm there. There's no way I believe that Bloober Team will deliver a game of the quality of a Resident Evil 4 remake, and certainly not a Dead Space remake. So maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think you're going to get up to the level. I think it's probably going to be pretty good, but I don't know if you saw recently some people that are in the industry were calling it like a poison chalice and saying Red Silent Hill 2 and saying it's just like a fool's errand to try to really fuck with that game. And I don't know. So I think that the pressure is on, and I don't know that they'll actually deliver up to that level, but hopefully they deliver a good game. I guess that's all that we can really ask.
That seems strange to me, this idea of like, oh, you can't touch the original. I don't know. Obviously there's certain things that we don't think should be remade or things that should be made into films or something like that. But to say a game like that is like, it's untouchable, you can't remake it. It's like, yeah, you can. Give the right team the right budget, they'll make it happen. I think we've seen that in other instances where I'm sure there were people that were like, you can't remake Final Fantasy VII. You know, the people that were really attached to the original. It's like, dude, look what happened. But yeah, I want to feel optimistic about Silent Hill 2, but I don't know. People were really excited with the trailer, which I want to say didn't even really have gameplay in it. Maybe it showed some in-engine stuff, but the jury is very much still out. And Bloober Team, you know, I don't want to hate on them, but their last game, The Medium, was not well liked, and so now they're handling this classic beloved game. So yeah, the pressure is definitely on. And the thing is too, we may see Konami right now putting themselves out there. We hear about Metal Gear Remake. We have all these Silent Hill projects.
Castlevania apparently too.
Potentially Castlevania, and even Suikoden now getting re-releases, which is all great, but we need to actually see how they deliver. All sounds good right now, but Konami necessarily isn't a seal of quality in the game. Sure, lots of great IP, lots of old games, but that doesn't mean they're perfect.
Well, I totally agree. They have to definitely prove it to us. I think they've been revving the engine for a couple of years pretty silently, releasing some collections that are actually really good and faithful with lots of fan service and documents and all of the rest. And so I think they're kind of getting their ducks in a row, working with PlayStation to get Symphony of the Night on PlayStation 4 for the first time. Cool little moments like that I think will hopefully build to something sustainable for them. But they got to come out with some good stuff or it's not going to matter. You're absolutely right. All right, let's get out of this conversation. But before we do, the Muffin Mon wrote in and said, "First time writing in for Sacred, want to say you guys rock. Thank you. Question for Colin. I know you played Trails of Cold Steel 1, but any plans to play the rest of the Cold Steel games or any other Trails games? More spoilers with Maddie? Or more spoiler cast, I'm sorry, with Maddie. I'm going through all the Cold Steel games right now before Reverie in July and loving them. Yes, I will get back to it. I don't know when, but I will play Trails of Cold Steel 2 and we will cover it when the time comes. It's not really, well, I don't want to say it's not really speaking to me. I really like Trails of Cold Steel 1 and immediately bought and installed Trails of Cold Steel 2, which Maddie predicted I would actually. So he was right on about that. But I haven't, so it's on my cross media bar on my PS5 or whatever you would call it these days, but I haven't gotten to it and I don't know when I will, but that is the intention. And I know that there's all sorts of stuff. I mean, it's a little overwhelming to keep up with the Falcom stuff. because they've been doing this over many years, and we've gotten some of it in the West, but they're starting to pick up the pace, get these. It's very much what's kind of happening with the Yakuza franchise or the Like a Dragon franchise, where they're starting to just get things out and finally clear the backlog because of the undoubted interest that people are showing. So I will be back, the Muffin Man. Don't you
You'll
worry, my
have
friend.
a little bit of time. It seems, at least for me, I'm looking at April releases. Like after Resident Evil, I have a nice little chunk where I can fill something from the backlog. Right now, at least in Open Critic, we have Minecraft Legends, okay, April 18th, Dead Island 2, April 21st, and at the end of the month, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which I definitely am going to be playing that day one.
Yeah, I'm not playing that.
Nice little chunk there.
Why can't we have... I go to IGN, like upcoming games, and it's like just so... Why can't... It's just so bad. Why does it have to look like this?
Game Informer has a good list.
All right, Game Informer.
Game Informer. I usually search like game releases 2023.
No, I'm not trying to pick on IGN specifically. It's just like go there and it's just like showing you all this data and all. I was like, I just want to know a list of games, man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Where are we now? April. Okay.
April.
Wait a minute. This is 2022. Jesus Christ.
Here, I got a link for you.
I got it. I just is it
Okay.
Game Informers? Oh yeah,
Yes.
This is the one I just went. I just changed the URL. All right. So now we're on April. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy on PS4, man. I can't wait to see what that looks like. Oh, that's soon. We'll have something to say about that by next week. Meet Your Maker. We're going to talk about that soon. I'm not going to play that.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a PS Plus game. Oh, Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. I'll definitely download. But that will probably be like the Castlevania collection where I just play one and then I put it away and then I play another one later and I put it away. I'm not going to play them all through because those are pretty long games. But I actually am a big fan. Yeah, they're like grid-based, card-based role-playing games with. You'll see. You should look into. You'll like it. Yeah, it's
hardcore.
Good.
Okay.
It's not very hardcore. Like the grid is 9 squares. I think it's kind of. I don't want to say it's childlike. It's kind of like trying to be a Pokemon in some way. You're trying to kind of cobble together the robot masters and all the rest. Anyway, that's how I remember it.
Colin, I wanted to ask you, this news came out today, but Live Alive.
Yeah. I was just about to say that.
April 27th.
Yeah. I don't know
Are you in?
I think probably. I'll probably buy it just to send a signal that I want them to continue to do this. I do that with some Square games because I like that publisher a lot. I want them to keep releasing games, so I just keep buying things even if I don't get to them. So yeah, I will definitely do that. I was very pleased to see that. That is April 27th on PS4 and PS5. So yeah, big deal there. And rumor is that Square Enix has started to charge people for the physical versions of the pixel remasters for Final Fantasies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, indicating that might be somewhat imminent. Ooh. And I wonder if they're going to I would love to have seen them. I think they'll release them all at the same time, obviously, and they're going to do that, but it would have been cooler if they just released them one at a time and like kind of made it a moment, celebrated it, gave everyone time to maybe jump in and play if they wanted to. But as far as the rest of the stuff here on this list after that, Dead Island 2, maybe. I might play Dead Island 2, but that might be a game I just play later. And then I'm not playing Star Wars Jedi. I'm done with Star Wars. I can't take it anymore. After that, we're into May. Tears of the Kingdom. Well, what do you think? What you saw? Yeah, it looked good?
Yeah, I wasn't going to watch that footage initially, but then I thought, I'm going to play this game regardless, but I want to feel excited. I just want to feel like looking forward to it. I'm not right now. So I did. It's all right. It seemed cool. Seems interesting. A lot of new cool mechanics that involve like fusing different things together, making weapons. A lot of stuff, to your point, Colin, I was thinking, I'm like, this is a lot of stuff that's not really all that Zelda. But they still haven't said whether or not there's going to be dungeons in the game, which I think is a big thing. I'm going to play it no matter what. But let me tell you, too, little Switch stink. It's a little more obvious.
Oh, my God.
Now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long time since the Switch launched with that Zelda game, so it's a long time since people had to look at it with fresh eyes. Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, so let me see here. So I think between Battle Network Legacy Collection, April 14th, and maybe the Horizon DLC, April 19th, I'm probably free and clear from must-buy or will-buy games until Final Fantasy 16, which is June 22nd. I mean, there's a couple in there, like I said, but I don't know if I'll get to them in that time. And I still want to, I really like Octopath Traveler 2. I just need to get back to it, and that's going to take a ton of my time 2. So I don't know, man. But I would like to play Resident Evil 4 more than once if possible, because I think part of Resident Evil games is playing them again and doing, bringing weapons with you and having some better goods or trying to play it at a harder difficulty or whatever. So we'll see. Okay. Let's get into the news. There's actually quite a bit of news to get through this week, and so let's begin in earnest. Number 1. After a ton of back and forth that seems likely to continue in other jurisdictions, the United Kingdom's CMA, or Competition and Markets Authority, has dropped a so-called quote-unquote key concern over Microsoft's attempted purchase of Activision Blizzard. According to website CNBC, quote, the development marks a partial win for Microsoft, end quote, as the CMA has revised its provisional findings published in February with deep concerns over the attempted transaction. But other companies outside of Sony and limited other entities like Google have shown open support for the deal, which helped push the CMA over the edge. Quote, having considered the additional evidence provided, we have now provisionally concluded that the merger will not result in a substantial lessening of competition in console gaming services because the cost to Microsoft of withholding Call of Duty from PlayStation would outweigh any games from taking such action, end quote. Other components of the deal may hold things up or even stop the deal from moving forward, and the CMA is clear in this announcement that this finding doesn't affect issues with, say, cloud gaming. A final decision will be rendered April 26th, though things are looking good. With that hurdle cleared, and with others recently cleared too, including in Sony's home country of Japan, it looks like the deal will go through with concessions, which has long been the view of this podcast. As we've noted many times, taking Call of Duty away from PlayStation was never an option, and Sony had and still has no reason to sign agreements concerning it when it will never be taken away. So they were out to make things as difficult and painful as possible, and the end result will no doubt be further consolidation, as Sony inevitably buys largely Japanese entities in the future. But unfortunately for Sony, by fighting the deal so vociferously, it may have opened itself up to scrutiny it otherwise would never have invited. For starters, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick said in a letter circulated around the company in part, quote, you may have seen statements from Sony, including an argument that if this deal goes through, Microsoft could release deliberately buggy versions of our games on PlayStation. We all know our passionate players would be the first to hold Microsoft accountable for keeping its promise of content and quality parity, an ellipsis. Sony has even admitted that they aren't actually concerned about a Call of Duty agreement. They would just like to prevent our merger from happening. This is obviously disappointing behavior from a partner for almost 30 years, but we will not allow Sony's behavior to affect our long-term relationship, end quote. And outside of the industry, the scrutiny is even hotter. As reported by website Axios, a bipartisan group of 11 congressmen are pressing American trade representatives to Japan to press Japanese authorities as to the apparently anti-competitive climate in Japanese gaming, one dominated by Sony and Nintendo, with Microsoft barely having an imprint. A letter reads in part, quote, today we write to bring to your attention the imbalance in the Japanese video game market, which we are concerned may be a result of discriminatory trade practices that could violate the spirit of the U.S.-Japan Digital Trade Agreement. The Japanese government's effective policy of non-prosecution when it comes to Sony appears to be a serious barrier to U.S. exports, with real impacts for Microsoft and the many U.S. game developers and publishers that sell globally, but see their earnings in Japan depressed by these practices, end quote. A Microsoft PR person told Axios, quote, Sony's anti-competitive tactics deserve discussion, and we welcome further investigation to ensure a level playing field in the video game industry, end quote. What's that meme with the Uno card? Right?
Like pick up.
Like you turn it around on the other person,
Yeah.
And suddenly they're in trouble.
Yeah. This is like the Yu-Gi-Oh! You've summoned my trap card, Right.
That's exactly right. And I feel like I should say at the top before we even get into this, so we don't come off as melodramatic. I don't think anything's going to come of this at all. The Japanese government's not going to do anything to Sony. The United States Congress has no idea what it's talking about. It's reacting. I mean, you can't blame, if you look at the people signing on, you can't blame, say, the congressman from Redmond, Washington, writing a letter like this, right? And I don't blame, that's your job. I mean, Microsoft is literally the dominant force in your district. You're supposed to work on their behalf. So I don't have any problem with that. That's what your people vote for, that your people are employees of the company. But generally speaking, when you look between the lines, it's clear. I mean, if you just watch the TikTok hearings, right, you understand these people do not understand what they're talking about. And it's embarrassing, but it's true. And if they don't understand something as simple to understand as TikTok, they definitely don't understand the video game industry. I would be curious to know how many congressmen play console or PC games. There probably are a few. In fact, I think some might even have streamed before. And I think like AOC streams Stardew Valley or some weird shit like that. But I wonder how many like are really in the industry, really know what they're talking about, and aren't just speaking on behalf of their specific client base, which is their constituency, which I don't blame them for. So I just want to say at the top, before we even get into the conversation, I actually don't. I know in the main this doesn't mean anything. It's still funny that it ended with Sony being basically ridiculed by the American government, by the trade representatives, Microsoft saying like, yeah, we welcome this further scrutiny. Of course they do. Sony chose a fight and it looks like they are going to lose. Although I don't know what their win or loss conditions were. I don't know if they even realistically thought it was going to stop, or if they were just trying to make it as painful as possible. Again, underlining the point, Dustin, that Microsoft was never going to and is not going to take away Call of Duty. It was never an option because they, as I've said on the show many times and as said here in the CMA's revised verdict, they can't afford it. That would just be suicidal to do for Call of Duty. Its biggest player base is on PlayStation. So nonetheless, Microsoft comes out what looks like to be with a big advantage, waiting for the final decision in April, waiting to hear from the US. They got clearance in places like Japan, which is interesting. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, particularly about this, them targeting Sony in Japan in particular. It's just so funny. This is like and this has been the reoccurring theme of this deal is like and again, it's the meme, the Spider-Man all pointing to one another, like everyone is just like, oh no, you're being anti-competitive. No, you're being anti-competitive. You have exclusives. No, you have exclusive. It's like, yeah, that's how it works. And it's funny too that Microsoft would push that. Just, I don't know. I'm really curious to hear a Japanese perspective on the Xbox and why people aren't interested in it there, because Microsoft has really tried, particularly in the past with the Xbox 360, they really did try to get a foothold in Japan by buying and making some Japanese games exclusive. You think of like Blue Dragon and stuff like that.
Tales of Vesperia.
Yeah, they really tried, and for some reason they've never been able to. And I guess that their argument is because just Sony's anti-competitive nature in Japan, which I'm wondering if that's just like locking down Final Fantasy or other type of games like that. I'm curious to hear more of that argument, but I think that now overall, when we're talking about this, when we're looking at things now, it seems that I wonder what if we could see the two different outcomes if maybe Sony didn't fight this as hard, if we would see a deal that didn't have concessions or something like that. Like a lot of people, and I think we talked about this last week, is that a lot of people have given Jim Ryan a hard time about how hard he's fought this and how stupid he's made them sound. It's like, dude, that's his job. He is obligated to his shareholders and the rest of the company to try to not make this deal happen, because the deal ultimately will hurt them. And so he needs to try to make the company as much money as possible and avoid things that hurt them. So I understand him doing, or why Sony fought this as hard as they did. And like I said, I wonder that because of them fighting it, if they're going to at least see somewhat of a better outcome overall than had they just not done anything at all.
Nick Believe It wrote into us on Patreon and said, one of the concessions Microsoft suggested was willingness to put Call of Duty on PlayStation Plus. If Sony's now in deal making mode, what does this look like? From Ghost to Vanguard, I count 11 games to put on extra, including Modern Warfare Campaign Remastered, maybe locked to premium. But does Sony give in with Modern Warfare 2, the one which actually would compromise sales? I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm not sure what. Yeah, I think in this regard, first of all, we don't know if the concessions that were offered are still on the table. The concessions could be extracted, but I think when I say Sony, well, I don't want to even say this, but that I say, it's like, from my perspective, Sony has leveraged some sort of power to at least frustrate the situation, but didn't get the end result, which is why I don't know like what the win or lose conditions were supposed to be. Did they really expect that this was just going to halt? Instead, what I think that they would have gotten as a win, or look at a sign of a win, is to say, we've demonstrated that at the very least, Call of Duty cannot and will not be taken away. But it's unclear if that they will or have any need to sign some sort of agreement that was offered to them. And so I wonder if like what that looks like and if that availability for PlayStation Plus is still even on the table. And if it was, then they have to do the math, and it's an interesting and intriguing story. Think about it this way. Call of Duty costs Sony nothing. And I think it's an important position to begin. Why this matters so much, and we talked about this a little bit last week, why it matters so much is because Sony has this game that sells millions and millions and millions of copies on its console, getting 30% rips, and they do nothing. They have some marketing deals that probably cut into 1 or 2% of that gross revenue, but that's just free money. Now, that's a major concern for them. It's not hurting them per se. It's hurting them, their ability to remain so deeply in the black, again, to the tune of like $1 billion a quarter. That would be reduced significantly. But Dustin, if they're allowed to put the game on PS Plus, see, I think Nick Believe It writing in is missing the forest for the trees. Perhaps you get all of the back catalog on PlayStation Plus. I don't think anyone gives a shit, to be perfectly honest with you. The move is, do you say day one, this game's going to be on PlayStation Plus, just like it's going to be day one on Game Pass? Is that the only way you fight back is fire with fire? And you do it with that game and say, listen, you can go over there and it's a pretty compelling deal. You get Game Pass for X amount of money. Although note that they got rid of the dollar thing finally, so no one can manipulate that anymore. And I still predict an increase in Game Pass in the coming year or two, I would assume. I think that's inevitable. But that's going to be there. You have a pretty good deal. Even if, say, $20 or $25 a month, I think it's a pretty good deal if you have access to all of these Activision games, all the Xbox's games, a selection of third-party games, back catalog games. But if you're already in our ecosystem, you already have PlayStation Plus, right? Like, you already have it because you play online. Do we just give it to you? To just say, like, in other words, as a defensive measure to say, don't go there. You already have PlayStation Plus. You already play online here. You're used to playing Call of Duty here. We're literally just going to include it. Or you can even put it at a higher tier, the extra or premium tiers, if you wanted to. I think that's a bigger risk. In other words, is Sony willing to say, we will forego a large chunk of that free revenue in order to stop people from leaving to gain net benefits later by having a retained audience on PlayStation? And the answer is going to be interesting, because I don't know how you keep... And most of the people buying Call of Duty are people that buy 1, 2, 3 games a year. A lot of them buy just one. And you could make the argument, well, let's say Game Pass is $20 a month. In 3 months, you're going to just wish you had bought the game, or 4 months, or whatever it is. But it's still a pretty hard sell to say, well, buy the game for $70 here or just get Game Pass. That's going to be a pretty... If that's the case and they don't fight back on that, they're going to hemorrhage the Call of Duty user base, I think, in some degree. Again, I don't think Call of Duty is going anywhere, even after that 10-year window is over, whether Sony signs it or not. I don't believe this. The buzz from either side that Call of Duty can't be competed with. I just refuse to believe that. And I think that it's now going to be up to Sony to do the hard work of figuring out what they're going to do about it. Because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it has to be part of their equation when you think about putting it on. I don't think they would just put it on standard PS Plus and give it for free. I think they would have to be part of their subscription, like the extra tier or something like that. But they may think about it saying, okay, well, we have such a strong lead in terms of consoles over Microsoft, and we already have the Call of Duty fan base this generation. Even if it's offered to us, let's just continue to sell it, because we are they going to go out and buy a Series X so they can get Call of Duty on Game Pass? That isn't necessarily the right economic choice for someone who only bought a console to really play Call of Duty and Madden or something else. So they might think like, okay, well, for now, we're just going to keep selling it as we have and keep getting that 30% rip for as long as possible. Ideally, I think for Sony, they would get a deal that says they have the option to put it on a streaming service or a subscription service when they so choose, or that deal is on the table that they can negotiate later, because I don't think it would really affect them until it comes to a point where either these consoles are cheaper and people are thinking about buying a second one, which I think is still far-fetched for the people that are only playing Call of Duty, or when it's console changeover time and people are trying to make a decision about which one they want to buy.
Yeah, I think you make it an especially cogent point that Sony wants to keep the status quo for as long as possible, because keeping the status quo as long as possible at a la carte Call of Duty sales on an increasingly prominent platform makes it less likely that people will bail. There's no doubt about that. So you might be right that just keeping the formation for a few years and then acceding to the subscription model might be the best way to mitigate the damage. But it's important to underline this, because I think a lot of PlayStation fans especially don't maybe want to see it for what it is. This is serious, like, for Sony. It's something that they were willing to stake in a lot of corners, their reputations. I mean, you didn't think Bobby Kotick thought that letter was going to leak? It basically points the finger at Sony, says, like, we can't believe that they would treat us like this. And that's got to have some meaning behind the scenes with your reputation, that you're willing to stake your claim on this to try to frustrate or stop the seemingly inevitable from happening here is a fascinating move. And I don't think it worked. But I think Sony might have gotten enough. It's like a Pyrrhic victory, for Microsoft. They're kind of hobbled. Sony's kind of hobbled. And now Sony's gaining this ridicule just as kind of a governmental retaliatory thing, which I don't blame them. I mean, listen, you're the congressman from Redmond, Washington. Your home company of Microsoft has been under serious scrutiny by a Japanese competitor. All of this time, they've been needling them and trying to make it as frustrating as possible. You don't think you retaliate? Of course you do. You have to. So I don't blame anyone for doing it. I just don't think anything will come from it. But here's what I want to ask you as an exit question. Sony is going to obviously buy things now, right? I mean, I would imagine that, for better or for worse, and I really don't think it's necessary or really want to see it happen, but Sony looks at this and says, well, I guess this is happening. I mean, I guess there's going to be a consolidative effort in the industry, and we better get on board or we're going to be extinct. And so I would imagine that things like Square Enix are on the table. I would imagine more investments in bigger groups are also on the table. And the creation, hopefully, I mean, what I would really love to see more than anything, any acquisition, I don't really want it. I don't think there's even really many acquisitions that make sense. Like, when you really sit and think about it, there's just not that many. I mean, think about it. Like, Helldivers 2 comes out, it ends up being really good. Maybe Arrowhead becomes like this Target or something. I have no idea. But generally speaking, the family's pretty full. And if you look at Microsoft, more teams isn't better. They can't manage them. I think Sony would get to that point too, where you just can't even manage everything that's coming out. But I still think that as independent bodies go, at the very least, so like these self-running organizations that are just absorbed, I wouldn't be surprised to see Square Enix and others, the primary targets, Koei Tecmo, things like that. And
yeah,
in fact, you were talking about, Dustin, and it's a good point. Think about things from Jim Ryan's perspective, as we've often said on the show, just from the fiduciary obligation towards the company, the shareholders, the board, and all the rest. Like, what are you supposed to do? The fiduciary obligation, even though it's not, I don't think, in the creative interest of PlayStation, he might look at it and say, like, again, it's do or die. We are going to have to start buying some of these companies. And I don't know. I hate this deal for that reason. I think it sets into motion in some way the worst case scenario, which is that everything is on the table. If Activision is on the table, then everything is on the table. EA, Ubisoft, of course, Take-Two. These are big ass companies, but they're all on the table now. And what happens? People say Tencent, and I don't worry about that, because I feel like the government would stop that from happening with an American publisher. They wouldn't have any power over Ubisoft being French. They wouldn't have any power over a Square Enix, a Capcom, a Koei Tecmo, but they would have power over or an Embracer. But they would have power over an Electronic Arts.
Do you think that if Sony was, because I saw this was floating around in the on Twitter amongst people that definitely wouldn't know this information. But it's an interesting thought experiment. If Sony was to try to buy someone like Take-Two, which of course the big cash cow there is Rockstar, would they be subject to the same scrutiny as Microsoft?
Well, that's the whole point is that I don't understand how that can be. I look at the Activision deal as a green light because the Take-Two deal would not be as expensive. So how could that be? You know?
Right.
That's why I don't know if that's in the making. I don't know if that's in the cards. I don't know if there's interest in Sony making a move quite like that. I would personally be very surprised if Sony made a move for one of the big American publishers. Not because of the scrutiny, but because I don't think they want them. I think they kind of just look at it and say, well, we don't want to. These companies are huge. 10, 15, 20, 25,000 people working for them. That's huge. And I don't think Sony has any interest in doing that. But I think they look at some of their cohorts in Japan and they're like, we might as well reinforce this wall. I mean, a Sony that consolidated the Japanese industry, and I think Japanese lawmakers, first of all, the economic and cultural and systemic situation is totally different in Japan, but I think Japanese lawmakers looking at kind of how it went down with Microsoft and Activision will if there are any constraints in terms of their structure and their law, we'll probably be like, we can probably make this happen if it's going to strengthen Sony on the global stage, which is a very important company in Japan.
Right.
So like a culturally important and iconographic company in that smaller country. So they don't want to see them floundering. Just like Nintendo gets a lot of love and attention from the government in Japan too, and from society at large. So I wonder what that looks like. So from my perspective, I don't think things like Take-Two and EA and Ubisoft, I think Ubisoft would be a huge mistake unless they just were buying the IP and just gutting it. Because I think you could buy Ubisoft Montreal and a few of the other teams, get the IP and just get out of there. I don't think that that's a wise investment. But is Bandai Namco a wise investment? Is Koei Tecmo a wise investment? Square Enix, Capcom. I would say those are the four targets, right? If you're Sony, I would imagine that those, and I would say you would imagine a situation where Sony gets at least two of the four. Because I don't see a situation where Sony stands still after this. I think that's just an important postscript. And I hate that that's going to be the way it is, but that I would be, if Sony doesn't buy anything in the next year or two, it would be shocking to me. They have a lot of cash on hand. And that's not so important because you can finance any deal you want. I think a lot of people forget that too. Sony is huge. Sony can finance whatever it wants. It has collateral, untold amounts of collateral with its reputation, its products. So if they wanted to go to a bank and say, like, we need a lot of money, or we need to join a cohort of other owners that want to get in on this, that would be facilitated, I think. Because, again, they make to the tune of like $1 billion in profit a quarter, which is a lot of money. But that's not Microsoft money. Not even close. So that's an important thing to remember, too. Not even close. And Apple money. And I was like... So what do you think of that? Do you what's your gut feeling? Do you think that they're going to consolidate themselves?
Yeah, I would imagine that they're looking at things and their strongest partners, particularly in Japan, that they would want to lock some of these things down. But at the same time, too, to play devil's advocate with myself, is that they are kind of able to, in some sense, reap a lot of the benefits of Japanese development without having to own them. Particularly looking at Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy XVI. So maybe their eyes would be elsewhere, somewhere that they feel like maybe a little more threatened. And I think something to consider too is just that I would imagine that Microsoft is not done either if they're able to get this deal through. I wonder if I don't know how it works from a legal perspective. Like, have they kind of tapped out? Like,
I would say that I think they are tapped out, because I think that takes EA and Take-Two off the table for them, and because I think at that point people would be like, what are you doing? Like, you can't buy another company. I mean, they're all smaller though. But I do think that there is some sort of cumulative effect. Microsoft experienced this in the 80s to a degree too. And, they've bought so many companies over time. And we have to remember that we have a very myopic view of just what's going on in games, but these companies exist in such wide. Actually, in Sony's PDF for their recent financial earnings, I was going through it and they had a PDF of the acquisitions, and it was like Housemark and all these different things over the last couple of years. But there's like a shit ton of random things that they own that they're like, yeah, we bought this random audio company and we bought these fucking guys. And it's like,
yeah,
it didn't literally say these fucking guys, but something to that tune.
Yeah.
So I do think that I believe, and I guess this is a question for Hogue, and we'll have him on at some point soon to go over all this again. But I would assume that any moves Microsoft makes now will be under deep scrutiny, and that they could go now eat around the edges. But I think a lot of regulators would ask, like, why don't you like sort this out now? You just bought the biggest publisher in games, basically. So just figure that out, and then you can come back to the table. But I think in the meantime, see, the thing is that now Sony can go there. They would never do this. They probably couldn't raise the requisite capital to do something like this, but them going and saying, like, we're buying all the Japanese entities that of any consequence that are independent, or not independent, but are publisher level. So Bandai Namco, Koei Tecmo, Square Enix, that would not even result in half as much as that was just spent on Activision. So that's
Right.
another argument, So Sony could theoretically go and get a Take-Two or an EA if they wanted, and then still do a lot of damage in Japan too. But again, I don't understand how that would work. Bungie was this very specific thing that I think made some sense because they immediately made it clear that they were not going to make them exclusive, because that would have not been palatable to anyone. And I think that would have been a really shitty thing to do, actually. And the second thing is that Bungie's different because they needed their specific expertise that I think they're going to leverage, and you're going to see the expertise leveraged in the games to come. And that's going to make a lot more sense. But it's hard for me to say, like, Sony goes and buys EA. Okay, now what? I mean, what do you do with EA? They have their own, EA is good. They have their own thing going, but what does that mean for you? Why do you want that? The only thing, and I wrote this down in my notes to make sure, and I underlined it, the only reason Sony would do these things is to be punitive, in my opinion. If their intention was to say, like, okay, I guess we're going to play this game then, and we're going to ratchet it up to 10, then maybe you go after the big publishers and start taking their games away or something. But Sony has this is the trap card scenario that you described. Sony has painted themselves into a corner, making arguments that didn't work, but that you would assume Sony still believed in. So they can't act contrary to those opinions. It's a pretty shitty situation they put themselves in. I mean, I don't think they intended to. I might be reading it wrong. It might not matter. Certainly in Japan, they don't give a shit in the government about what might end up happening. But for me, Dustin, I think that it's a really interesting story and funny to watch how things change, how the outcome is basically how we predicted it would come, which was that it will be done with concessions or implied concessions, which is, again, in the CMA's verdict, it says, we don't think it's financially palatable or possible for them to ever take it away from PlayStation. So that's like the intent, to say that, like, well, this deal will happen under the auspices that you don't do that. Might not be in black and white, and Sony might not want to sign a deal to that effect anyway. But on the other hand, Microsoft had to make all of these concessions to all of these different companies to get this deal through. And I don't think people are looking at that either. They had to sign a deal with Nintendo. Now that might sound really awesome, but they have to make a bespoke, shitty Nintendo version of the game now. Do you really think that Microsoft, when they got involved in this deal, wanted to make a Call of Duty game on Nintendo? I think you are out of your mind if you think that was part of the intention. They had to start getting involved with direct competitors and stakeholders. Remember, Call of Duty there were bespoke Call of Duty games for years on Nintendo platforms. They were horrible. People hated them. So I think if there was any unintended consequences for Microsoft, it was that they spread the field so much that they have really put themselves into a corner with the gaming everywhere, no matter what, broadening the base, blah, blah, blah. It's like any move that's contrary to that is going to be looked at very skeptically now. But again, Sony made a contrary argument that didn't work, but they're still stuck by the line of that argument, in my opinion. Anyway, let's move on to number 2. Let me bring this back up. There we go. According to new reporting from website Bloomberg,
It appears PlayStation VR 2 is bombing on the market. Indeed, in the 5 weeks or so it has been on the market, the article reports that perhaps 270,000 units have been sold, which is abysmal. Now, you may recall that Sony was actually quite bullish on PSVR 2, expecting to ship 2 million units to customers in its first quarter on the market. That number was cut during production to 1 million, and it's conceivable that there are hundreds of thousands of units sitting around collecting dust as we speak, with no need to produce more at the current time. The data Bloomberg is reporting off comes from IDC, a marketing research company. That firm's VP of Data and Analytics, Francisco Geronimo, that is some name, said in part, quote, "I suspect a price cut of the PSVR 2 will be needed to avoid a complete disaster of their new product. Consumers around the world are facing rising costs of living, rising interest rates, and increased layoffs. VR headsets are not top of mind for most consumers under the current economic climate," end quote. At $550 USD for a base unit or $600 with a unit that comes with marquee first-party game Horizon Call of the Mountain, PSVR 2 costs more than PlayStation 5, and indeed you'd need to spend at least $1,000 in total just to play PSVR 2, since the console is required. Sony has been completely silent about PSVR 2's performance since it hit the market on February 22nd, and it's clearly fallen incredibly far behind the original PSVR, launched in October of 2016. By February of 2017, the original PSVR had sold around 1 million units. The last time numbers were reported in late 2019, PSVR surpassed 5 million sold, and it can be assumed that 1 million or 2 were added in the space between as well. This means PSVR 2 is on the quick path to complete obsolescence, unless Sony does something to change the course and quickly. To wit, when Vita launched in Japan in 2011, it sold 500,000 units in its first week and was considered a major failure. PSVR 2 has done about half that many units the world over in 5 times the amount of time. So, not apples to apples, but something interesting there nonetheless. Lee is Cool Jenkins wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Dudes. With the apparent bad start for PSVR 2, low sales figures, and just a real lack of hype in general, it feels to me like it just came and went. What, in your opinion, would be Sony's next move? Go all in on PSVR 3, give up having a parallel platform to the main console, or my favorite option, giving handheld gaming another go? Seems like the perfect time to get back into that market with the Switch and Steam Deck doing so well and cloud gaming getting better every day." Dustin, I'm curious what you think about PSVR 2's, I would say, slow-moving failure. I think that if this doesn't improve, it's not going to, they have to pull the plug. I mean, it's not something that you're going to let exist for years at a time, selling 2 or 3 million units again. This is bad news. And I said on the show at the time, people can go back and look. I was like, no one's talking about this thing. It doesn't seem good. Remember the different moves, right? 2 million to 1 million in the quarter, right, of production estimates. Then they had open pre-order, or they had pre-orders where you had to sign up for the pre-orders. Then they opened those pre-orders up. The pre-orders were available to the day the console launched or the hardware launched. And it doesn't seem like anyone really cares about it. So I think they're in a bit of trouble here. I'm just curious what you think of the entire situation.
I think it's worth saying, I'm not saying that the reporting isn't necessarily true, because it definitely sounds likely. But the author of this Bloomberg piece is also the one that wrote stuff that Sony denied about the reporting of PSVR. And apparently there's some things that this guy has reported on that people have felt wasn't necessarily true. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the launch of this has definitely been soft. And I can understand why. It's difficult because in observing and being a part of the community that has bought this device, the people that have it overall are really enjoying it and think that it is a huge step up from the original PSVR, and that the games that we do have are of really good quality and games that are very enjoyable. But the issue, I think, that comes in, even for the people that are enjoying the product, but more so for the people that are interested in it, is that there's currently no or very little roadmap for the device. People are looking at this thing and saying, well, I don't really know what's coming out for it later on. And so I don't know if this is something worth investing in if Sony isn't going to support it. Because I think to some extent, support later on for the original PSVR definitely got to be more lackluster. And I think that's fresh in people's mind is that, yeah, Sony was keeping the original PSVR alive, but it was clear that their goal or their mindset had shifted at a point later on, that it no longer was a big priority. And so they're thinking, well, is that going to happen to PSVR 2? And it's worth stating, too, that it's just from a standpoint of the economy that people aren't necessarily looking at spending $550 on an accessory for their already $500 console. And in addition, which I think you have this later on in the show, people are just now still buying PlayStation 5s, where February was the best-selling month or the best-selling February for a PlayStation console ever. And so people are still kind of just getting their feet wet with the console in general, let alone spending another $550 on a sub-platform within it. So I think that it makes sense that this is kind of the situation. The big question is Sony able to turn it around if it's true that this thing is not selling very well, which it sounds like that probably is the case. I think it's time, and obviously we've heard rumors that it sounds like it's about time for Sony to start talking soon, is that Sony absolutely needs to start talking soon, not only about the products for their main console, but for this device. I don't think we're in an era anymore with PSVR that smaller titles and indies can carry it. People want the big games. And I think that it's sad right now because I think that the most promising thing in the future of PSVR 2 is Resident Evil 4, which, don't get me wrong, that's probably going to be fucking awesome when it comes out. But they haven't even confirmed that it's the whole game yet in PlayStation VR 2. I'm thinking it will be based on Capcom's history with VR and how much they've been into converting their games into VR. I would expect it to be the full game, but I can understand people feeling like they don't know whether they want to invest in it. And if they're old school, I mean, now old school, thinking back to like PS3, they're thinking about Vita also and how that was dropped and simply only supported by indies. I think that there are some key moves that they could make, some key announcements that would make people excited. I think, despite the fact that I think that it's not the end all be all, Half-Life Alyx would be a big boost. I think that a lot of people wanted that.
Do people feel like that's realistic? Like, you had PSVR 2 without parole on, right?
He said he thinks it could happen.
Yeah.
Because Valve, I don't think, really cares. I think that if Sony came to them and tried to cut a deal, that they could make it happen. I don't know. I'm kind of in the middle. I think that it could happen, or Valve could just be like, yeah, that's not really what our goals are right now. Like, we don't really need to do this, and we don't really need your money either. So I don't know. And I think that the other thing too is that as amazing as Half-Life Alyx is, it's one game that you'll play and then it's over. It has to be more than that. I wonder too if there's an element where, I don't know, this is one of those things I got to make sure I'm mindful of our bubble. So many people I've heard say that if this thing also worked on PC, they would buy it. They don't like the fact that it's locked to just the PlayStation. I think that might be more of a niche thing from a broader perspective of the fans. But I think it's something worth considering from Sony's perspective, is that if they could get drivers for this and people could use it on Steam, I think that would definitely help. The last thing I'll say is it is also worth considering the fact that this thing is not available at brick and mortar at all. And while brick and mortar is not as important as it used to be, it's very important for the general consumer to even know that a product exists. When I had my friend Jason over to play PlayStation VR 2, he was all about it. He had heard that it was coming out, but he didn't know much about it. But he's not a big like gamer type guy. When I saw him the next time, he was telling people at his work that we were playing PlayStation VR 2. And he said that multiple people told him that they're like, oh, that's not out yet. I haven't seen that in stores. Like, they knew about PlayStation VR, but they didn't think that 2 was out yet. So I think that it's imperative, even if it's at the current price, they need to start putting these into Targets and Walmarts and GameStops, just because there are people that when they see that at a store, it at least gets them to start thinking about it as something that exists.
Right. But think about this. This is kind of the other side of it, because you could be right that they're not making an effort for that, but it could be possible that these places don't want them. You know, like, so you don't just get shelf space. things like if things aren't selling, they don't want them. You know, I don't know if that, I'm just saying that that's possible. You hear about that all the time. You know, companies are like desperate to get into Walmart. They're desperate to get into Target. They're desperate to get in all these different places. Obviously, Sony can breach these different places, but how much exposure did Vita have over time in these places? How much exposure did PlayStation TV have at these places? To me, I feel like it's behooves these various places to also examine what will sell. And that could,
Right.
but you could be right. I mean, I want to also say this because I've seen a few people saying this guy who I think his name is Takashi Mochizuki from Bloomberg is kind of has a more checkered reporting past, which may be true. But the story, you know, in our Discord that people, you know, or that Sony denied is a report that we reported on both sides of it from January, late January, early February of earlier this year, in which VR2 headsets pre-orders were disappointment leading to production cut. That's probably true. I mean, regardless of Sony denying it, the situation certainly doesn't make that seem like that was false at all. And so I just wanted to say that. And an important a component of this is that this story, this new PSVR 2 story, is citing an on-the-record representative of a research firm. So this guy isn't saying that sources unnamed to him or unknown sources to the reader are saying it. He's saying that a well-known and seasoned marketing firm is saying this thing is bombing. And I think that's worth saying. Could be
right.
It could be not true, but all the evidence says that it's true. And I'm sad to see it, but I understand it. And I think you touched on something that's important, which is just the economics of the situation, not only in the barrier to cost, but just to what the representative, the gentleman, Mr. Geronimo said.
Wow, what a name.
It's incredible. At IDC, which was saying that it's just the economy is bad. I think we have to keep reiterating that the economy, this fake bullshit that comes out of Washington and other places where the economy is great and everyone's doing awesome. It's like, no, they're not. Like, they're definitely not doing awesome. There's definitely a lot of problems. I definitely go to the grocery store and half the things are missing. You know, like sometimes on the,
and it's 50% more than it was a year and a half ago.
Right, and
straight up,
and all of it, yeah, costs more. It's like, dude, it's not all right out there. So people have different priorities, and that makes a lot of sense. So I think an important component of PSVR 2's perceived failure so far is not only maybe a lack of compelling games and all of the rest, and it's a walled garden. It doesn't work on PC. I think all these things matter, but I think a big component of it is timing. I think it's just bad timing. I think at some point, we talked about it at the time on the show when it was being rumored and all that, they had to make a decision if they were going to go forward with it or not. They made their decision. But I don't know that the timing's great. And I wonder if the thing is even powerful enough to hold on, you know, and gain a second life. Or if that kind of stuff matters. I always love the example of Pokemon, right? Coming out in 96 in Japan, but in 98 really becoming a phenomenon in the United States 9 years after the Game Boy release. No one talks about that. Like, no, that never comes up in conversations. Like, this thing totally revived this dead platform that was barely getting releases on it at the time, that was just kind of trickling along, and it boosted it and gave it all these iterations and pocket and color and all of these things. So it could go in either direction. I don't know. You know, maybe something happens and PSVR 2 is revived later by just a killer app. But the pricing is a problem, and I think the economy is the major issue. Because I think there would just be naturally more people interested if the economy was better. Like, that number doesn't even sound like the hardcore PlayStation fan that would buy everything. That, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
I wonder too, just, this is something I thought of, the reason why it's not in retail. I think there could be a possibility that it's harder for, like, maybe stores don't want it, but there may be a likely scenario too where I wonder how much this thing costs for Sony to make. And if they're looking at the margins, then they're like, man, this thing's nice, but if we're given a 30% rip to brick and mortar, let's not, if we can avoid it, let's not do it right now until we can get the production costs down on this thing a little bit. So we're not, I don't know. I'm curious if the research or if any, like, technical websites have done estimates on how much they think it costs for them to produce, because I don't know. Are we out of the era of them selling a product that isn't making them a profit right out the gate.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up. Yeah, like wherever I look at it is like how much will it cost? It's like cost to produce. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I don't know.
It's hard to say.
I'm not seeing anything reliable, so I don't want to say anything.
I know that Brian from PSVR Without Parole, obviously he was speaking before this article came out, but his perspective on it, to summarize briefly, and I recommend people go listen to the episode, is just that maybe Sony doesn't see it as this thing needs to be a huge success right out the gate, in that they know it's coming out at a time where only the most hardcore are going to buy it, and that the software isn't quite ready. And so they can milk those people at the highest amount of money with the least amount of software. And then as time goes on and the software library grows, they're able to cut the price, start doing more bundle deals, and then eventually it becomes more interesting to the average PlayStation gamer at a different price point. I think too, it's worth saying that it almost feels like a soft launch in some way with PlayStation VR 2, in that there's no apps available for it either. You can there's YouTube, but they don't support the YouTube VR. There's no like social space type apps that are available on Oculus or anything like that. No like VR viewers or anything like that. So I wonder too if maybe they would have been off waiting a little longer, but they probably were scared like the economy's not going to get better for a while. So we either do it now or we don't at all.
Yeah, I think they had to just R&D and just expectations and bottom line stuff. But man, they have a studio in Firesprite that made a game that sold abysmally based on the imprint, even if everyone bought the game, which I doubt is true. So, and I'm talking about Call of the Mountain, of course. I don't know. It's interesting, I guess, what their expectations will be. They haven't said a word about it, which is not good because they're very loud about everything all the time when things sell well. And so I think we can read a little bit into that. And yeah, maybe it's about the future. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that as we exit. Cody Rayburn wrote into us, said, "Hey, CDC, what would be your dream PSVR 2 game? Personally, I would love to see CTR or Twisted Metal, that's Crash Team Racing, or Twisted Metal hit virtual reality. While Gran Turismo 7 is great, something more kart or arcade-like would be amazing. Also, like Dustin mentioned in the VR podcast, how is an official Biocast VR not a Bioshock VR not a thing yet? I can't think of a more perfect game to fully immerse yourself." I agree. And that's where my mind went, was I would really love a first-person... First of all, I would love just a high-fidelity, really AAA first-person shooter in... Like really, really, really awesome first-person shooter in VR. I think would just kill. Everything that I see seems to have a multiplayer component, which is confusing to me. Or most of what I see, I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of what I see, like a lot of the stuff people talk about. Pavlov. What's that game that's getting that's the PlayStation second party game? I can't think of it. Firewall.
Firewall.
Yeah. People talk about these games are awesome, but I'm like, they're multiplayer games. Like, I want a single player, and it doesn't have to be Resistance or Killzone or something, but something like that. I would really love to see that. And there are these like random rumors of a Killzone VR game. I can't confirm that. I don't know anything if people are just talking out of their ass about that or whatever, but I would love to I don't need to see something that exists in VR. It would be cool to see Twisted Metal or something in VR, but I just would love to have my mind blown, very similar to the first VR game I ever played, which was Eve Valkyrie. I still think that that's pretty perfect, like a mind-blowing VR game. Just give me something like that in the highest possible fidelity and the highest possible quality. I don't know if we have to reinvent the wheel. VR is just made for dog fighting. It's made for shooting. It's made for, exploring. So let's get into it a little bit. And I'm sure some of those things exist out there, and I don't know the full spectrum of PSVR or especially VR games at all. I think Chris actually knows quite a bit, but he's not here this week. So anything to say about this? What would be your dream PSVR 2 game?
Another thing that Brian mentioned was that there was, I'm trying to remember if he said it was like an internal thing that they sent out to people or some kind of talk they did for their developers, and that there's an initiative at Sony for the hybrid game, something that is playable like normal 2D game or whatever you want to call it. It's flat screen, but is also playable in VR. And we've seen some success with this already, particularly Village is awesome. Gran Turismo, also awesome. Can be played in both regular flat screen and also in VR. And so I'm wondering if that's something just to consider as we're going forward with how Sony does some of its first party stuff, if they're looking at some of these hybrid game options where it's like you're able to dedicate AAA resources into a game that can appeal to all of your established user base, but also able harness the VR elements of it. I really do think, man, Resident Evil 4, playing it, I'm like, man, this game is going to be so sick in VR. It's going to be so cool. And yeah, Cody brought up what I've already said many times before, and that's like BioShock VR. Taking some of these older games that I think you could probably really inexpensively go and make VR modes for would be awesome. And I think like that's so easy. Like, man, just to step into Rapture and walk around, it would be absolutely horrifying, but awesome at the same time, just to be able to be there, right? So I hope that we see some of that in particular. As far as any other specific games, I don't know. I've had my mind so focused on BioShock in particular that's the one I've
something
always
moody
wanted.
and atmospheric like that, I think makes a lot of sense. I also think getting sports games better and more workable. Like there's little prototype style games where you can play as a quarterback or a wide receiver and run plays and stuff, but a really immersive, fully functioning Madden or MLB, like MLB The Show, would be awesome. And
Yeah.
I don't know if people would want that. I don't know if that's a waste of time. Capcom as a publisher, like you're saying with Resident Evil, has certainly bought in, although I'm sure Sony is paying a pretty penny for them to do what they're doing. So there's that. But it's funny because in an era of shareability where everyone sees everything and there's a lot of opinions out there and you know what's good and you know what's not, at least for your tastes, things like Gran Turismo 7 being awesome on VR or the Resident Evil games and some of the launch games being impressive have not moved units. It really does go to show you either just an inherent lack of interest or a pricing boundary. And again, I will say, I'm surprised PlayStation's core I will buy anything first day fan base isn't bigger than that. And I think that goes to show you how fickle all audiences ultimately are and why all of the corporations are vulnerable in their own different ways, because turning things around also is a very rare situation. 3DS, I think, is the last notable example of they like reviving that from the dead. I mean, it was not going to work out for that thing until they released Mario Kart and really clowned the Vita during that era. But then you saw the Wii U come out and Nintendo rather couldn't salvage that. So some things to keep in mind with history. Okay, number 3. Last year, The Last of Us Part 1 came to PlayStation 5, a ground-up remake of the original 2013 PlayStation 3 turned PlayStation 4 game. It was also promised for PC at a later release date. And after a brief delay from March 3rd to March 29th, Naughty Dog's game has come to PC, but it appears to have serious problems. Naughty Dog itself has acknowledged as much in social media postings, but players have made their opinions known in Steam reviews, on various forums, and across Twitter, Reddit, and the like. While some of these issues, those particularly having to do with crashing, may have to do with people not letting their downloads fully decompile, its clear issues are far deeper. Naughty Dog promises that it's quote-unquote prioritizing updates with upcoming patches planned, but the consternation here seems to be about how something like this could happen to such a beloved game, one that runs awesomely on PS5. And some have pointed to the external team that was tasked with helping to bring it to PC, Iron Galaxy. Iron Galaxy is an esteemed port house that sometimes wanders into original content, as it did with Xbox One's Killer Instinct from 2016, as well as with the ill-fated action game Extinction from 2018 with a PS4 Metacritic score below 50, as well as 2022's free-to-play fighter Rumbleverse, which has already been shut down. And there's no doubt that many of its ports are successful, including for Sony with the likes of Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection launching without much issue on PC just last year via the same team. But it's also true that Batman Arkham Knight's horrendous 2015 PC port is from this very team, so you never know. One thing's for certain, though. Naughty Dog is including PC in its future production pipeline. As posted on their official website in part, quote, "Rest assured, PlayStation and PC players, we're already looking forward to sharing more, whether you prefer a DualSense controller or a keyboard and mouse. Developing for both platforms empowers us to incorporate lessons learned from either into the overall design of our games. Sharing our stories and experiences on PS5 as well as PC is something that Naughty Dog has embraced and will continue to support moving forward," end quote. This should come as welcome news to those that hope Naughty Dog's upcoming multiplayer-centric The Last of Us game, which we call Factions, will also come to PC. That appears to be a given. The Last of Us Part 1 originally started as a project from Sony's secretive San Diego-based visual arts team, and was taken over by Naughty Dog in 2021. It's unclear, apart from factions, what the team may be working on, though a second core game is also in development. Could be The Last of Us Part 3. We don't know for sure. Dude, the pictures going around of Joel in like low resolution had me dying. Just absolutely dying. I couldn't believe how funny that was. But what's going on with this?
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad. It's one of those situations where it's just like, how did you even let this happen? Right? Because when with ports like this, it's like, you have to know, or you either have to know, or you are in extreme. You are neglecting to do proper testing that would tell you these types of things, which I would imagine is not the case for a team like Naughty Dog, which I understand they have limited experience with PC, but it's just shocking to me. But it's shocking and not surprising at the same time. It's shocking from Naughty Dog and Sony to see this bad of a PC port, because from my understanding, I don't have experience with it myself, but this sounds like it's a lot worse than the Horizon PC port that had some issues initially. That sounds like there's some major issues with this port in particular. So it's surprising, but at the same time, being a PC gamer right now sucks. This is just kind of par for the course, is that these games coming out on PC, it doesn't matter whether it's a bespoke PC port like this one, or if it's a multi-platform game at launch, they are coming out and they got problems when they come out. And it's just so ironic. And I'm saying this from someone who is in at least partially a PC gamer. I have like a nice PC rig. I've got a 3080, so I'm there. But I no longer look to PC to play almost anything now, because it's no longer the place where you can get that top tier, highest quality experience from what it feels like right now, virtually anything. So, and this is particularly ironic. I saw a lot of people in our Discord and even on Twitter just mention, it's like, dude, Sony, you bought a team who's good at doing PC ports. That's their whole job. And obviously it's not as easy as just being like, hey, Nixus, go work on this. But surely there's something you could have done. Surely you should have at least delayed this till it was ready, even though you already delayed it. It just sucks that maybe it sounds like a situation where they thought, well, it's not quite ready yet. We know that, but we got to strike while the iron's hot, and people just watch the show, and so now they want to get the game on PC. It's like, I would argue that the damage done for this is much worse. It's totally a blight for Naughty Dog and for Sony to, in their currently not totally new, but still they're trying to get this thing going on PC. And when you release ports like this, people are going to become skeptical of every port you do after this now. So it wasn't worth it. Clearly they knew, and they did it anyway.
Yeah. It's a good point about Nixes, especially. You would think that they would get the most important projects. You would think that The Last of Us would be a very important project.
Yeah.
But they can only do so much. Who knows what they're doing? Maybe something with Horizon. Who knows? All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on this. I guess we should exit. Before we exit the story, I shouldn't forget to ask about PC. What do you think about the situation with PC? And so Naughty Dog kind of I think this is an important statement, because I think it's them kind of setting the stage for the expectation that they're going to be visiting this platform, maybe even day and date now with the next game.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are gathering from this. And I can understand reading that. I just find it hard to imagine that Sony would want to do the day and date route. They have not done that yet. And I think that for games from Naughty Dog, those are system seller games. Those are games that PC players buy PlayStation 4. So I could imagine that the multiplayer game comes out day and date on PC, but I would imagine that they would still want to hold off on doing that day and date. They can still develop them side by side, so it's ready to go. I think that makes sense financially, that if they're able to do them at the same time and plan for that release, that makes sense to me. But I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't feel like it's currently likely that they would do day and date.
All right. Number 4. If you're eagerly awaiting E3's comeback this year, you're going to be waiting for a long time. Though not officially canceled as of the time of this podcast recording, reporting from website IGN indicates that E3 has hemorrhaged support to the point that a show this year would be seemingly unviable. Fewer than 3 months out from E3's planned 2023 start date, June 13th, the show has virtually no meaningful announced support from vendors, whether publishers, developers, or others, and it seems fairly obvious that Jeff Keighley's one-time E3 replacement during the digital COVID era, Summer Games Fest, has at least partially subsumed the very need for an E3, especially with its laser focus on being a media-only event with a more controlled feel. Remember that E3 was once a media-only event too, though that changed in 2017. Likewise, Nintendo's undeniable success with its very controlled Nintendo Direct streams and videos have proven a tempting example to copy, as Sony has with State of Play. And with games selling better than ever and E3 and other in-person shows frankly lacking any relevance, it's safe to assume that what may be popular with a small, ardent group of hardcore gamers is irrelevant to the rest of the industry and those that consume its content. E3, which started in 1995 in Los Angeles, briefly heading to Atlanta, Georgia for a brief spin in the late 90s before going back to LA, where it remained a yearly event until 2019. Along with Tokyo Game Show in Japan and Gamescom in Europe, it was one of a trifecta of one-time industry events that could be relied upon for a ton of news. Now run by events company ReedPop, which this podcast hopes goes out of business for removing us from PAX East in 2019. It's unclear whether E3 will have a future beyond 2024, and if it does, what they will look like. A major investment for any company that attends. Large publishers and developers can easily spend tens of millions of dollars on E3 between space, staff, and more, and their teams all have to get E3 specific assets ready, which is disruptive to an already increasingly bloated and expensive development cycle. Jack W. wrote in and said, "Hello, everyone. Is this past week the final nail in the coffin for E3? It was on life support before, but even after developers backed out, it seems all but over. Do you think we will ever see another event with PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo all participating? Not necessarily Game Awards, but an event similar to E3. Thanks, and I had a great time watching the live show. Thanks for providing the members of the Gamer Battalion who could not make it in person." Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you. What do you make of this? This is, I would assume, permanently the end of E3. I mean, the way we knew it. I don't know. I don't know why E3 would ever come back. Like, people have this nostalgia for E3, and I get it. And I've been to many E3s. I went to 10 of them over time. The first one in 2004, the last one in 2016. So I went to 10 of them in that space. And the show changed and evolved over time, but it felt less and less relevant as we got in the PS3 era, and certainly in the PS4 era, where people started dodging the show for the first time. And I don't know, apart from nostalgia and this desire for like this gaming news Super Bowl and all this kind of shit, which I understand, and that's exciting. But apart from that, how can anyone look at the history of the industry in the 4 years that E3 hasn't basically functioned and think it's necessary? What would have it added that we don't have right now? I don't. So it's hard for me from a publisher's perspective, a developer's perspective. I don't see any advantage to it. Just do it yourself. Just have an event. Imagine if E3 was still going, something like Suicide Squad's gameplay reveal could have happened at an E3 and been a really interesting story, right? But apart from those kinds of things, I don't know. It just seems very antiquated, like a lot like buying a game and putting it in your machine, I think is antiquated, but some people disagree with that. And so I wonder what you make of this scenario with E3.
Yeah, I think that you're right in that a lot of us have this idealized version of E3 from, I don't know, 5 to 10 years ago, where it was, like you said, the Super Bowl of gaming. But I think that its relevance and what the purpose that it originally served is no longer there. It's important to remember E3 originally was not a fan event. It wasn't for us. It was for the guy from Walmart that decides what games they're going to buy and stock on the shelves.
Right. It was right. It was kind of a spinoff of CES to be like, we need our own thing, Yes.
Right. So that purpose, and I think that initially we heard about this a while ago. Was it Sean Layden that kind of laid out their reasons that they were like, yeah, this doesn't really make sense. The work that E3 was originally intended for is already done by the time June happens. And so there really isn't that original point there. And you see companies like, Nintendo really, I'm not saying they were the first, but they were kind of the pioneers of the direct, this idea. It's like, man, we don't need to put on this giant show that costs us millions of dollars. We can just do a stream directly to our consumers. And I think that there still is a space for conventions and the fan event. I think that makes a lot of sense for a lot of companies to do. Unfortunately, the big ones are owned by ReedPop and in PAX, both PAX East and PAX West. So that's kind of, I think, where we're going to see a lot of the remnants of, we'll say, the show floor aspect of E3. But overall, I can understand why it doesn't exist anymore. It's just not totally necessary. And it's not that E3 didn't have good things happen at it, whether there be, behind closed doors deals or people showing off games or things like that. Those things certainly are missed, but they're just not necessary like they once were. And yeah, for me, from a totally personal standpoint, I'm sad about this in that I got to go to the last 3 E3s, which I know they were never the heyday of E3. But as a fan of video games, I enjoyed going to those. I enjoyed that time where it feels like gaming Christmas. That's gone now. And I think we just have to move on from that and accept the new era of the direct, the live stream. And unfortunately, there's a lot of shitty elements of that where you get these live streams that have a bunch of stuff that isn't necessary, or there's a live stream every 3 months with updates to games that you've seen over and over again. But I think that is just kind of how it is. And we just kind of have to accept that now.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't get the need. I like the spread out approach. I like the mystery. I just want to underline the cost. It's so much money that these companies are spending, because it's not just the floor space. You want prime floor space that used to cost tens of millions of dollars. I mean, I actually was reading in researching this and it can't possibly cost that anymore. But in reading and researching for this podcast, I was doing some research, and there was an article from probably 10 or 12 years ago complaining that space is getting too expensive at tens of millions of dollars. And it's like, that's a lot of money, but then that's nothing compared to you have to staff it. You have to send all your people. All of them have per diems, hotels. It's millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars. I mean, after you rent out the theater to have your fucking event, you stage all of that, you pay for everything. You're talking potentially about $100 million of investment in a show. It's not a trivial cost when you add it all up. The space, the theater, the pomp and circumstance, all of your people coming, the product standing still for a while, getting this demo going. I don't know.
I was going to say the dev time on the vertical slice is just something that they absolutely, that's like a halt. It's like, okay, we have to get this polished up to some extent where people can play it. Surely not an ideal thing that you want to do necessarily.
Definitely not. So we'll see what happens. Jack, by the way, will there ever be an event like E3 where they're all there again? I don't think so.
No.
Number 5. A rather surprising piece of news came to the fore right after we posted last week's episode of Sacred Symbols. Famous games writer Chris Avellone, a one-time designer and ultimately a well-known writer of games with experience in franchises like Fallout, Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate, Prey, Star Wars, and more, has triumphed in his case against 2 women who accused him of sexual misconduct. The allegations stem from the summer of 2020, when the 2 accusers, Carissa Barrows and Kelly Bristol, went public with what are now acknowledged to have been made-up claims, noting amongst other things that, quote, Chris Avellone is an abusive, abrasive, conniving sexual predator, end quote. These claims were widely parroted by an incurious and unskeptical media that bought the accusers' story hook, line, and sinker, and Avellone went radio silent until 2021, losing gigs in the process, including his role in the development of Techland's Dying Light 2. In a statement published in June of 2021, Avellone categorically calls the accusations, quote-unquote, untrue, noting that he, quote, spent the last year trying to persuade myself that these acts were done out of a misguided sense of self-righteousness. I have tried to correct the record, allow voices to be heard, but in keeping silent, I was wrong. The motivation for these attacks seems simple. Carissa and Kelly were angry about a bad breakup I had with their friend Jackie nearly 7 years ago, end quote. At this time, he announced he would be suing the women for libel, and now it's come out that he's won to the tune of 7 figures and lawyer's fees. In a statement published to Medium and signed by both accusers and Avellone, the accusers note that, quote, Mr. Avellone never sexually abused either of us. We have no knowledge that he has ever sexually abused any women. We have no knowledge that Mr. Avellone has ever misused corporate funds. Anything we have previously said or written about Mr. Avellone to the contrary was not our intent, end quote. Shank wrote in and said, hello, boys. What do you think about the Chris Avellone news story not being really reported by the big outlets? IGN, Polygon, GameSpot were quick to report when he was accused, but where are they now? Seems like these sites should be called out for their hypocrisy. You know you fucked up when Kotaku reports on this and you don't. I agree. I went and looked, and I was originally going to make a little list of here's everyone who parroted this shit, here's everyone who wrote their think pieces, and here's everyone who insinuated the worst possible things about this Chris Avellone guy, and here are all the people that wrote about it. And I was surprised to see Kotaku was one of the outlets that acknowledged that they were wrong, or at least reported on it. I don't know if they acknowledged they were wrong. I mean, because we all know the snark, and I would love to see the ghost edits. I hope a lot of these articles, I would imagine Avellone and his lawyers were smart enough to get these things into the Internet Archive before they announced the judgment, just to see how things change and maybe keep an eye out for future claims you want to take against people that took a specific stand of certainty about the situation. But I remember when we reported on this on the show multiple times that I was always skeptical of it, not because I knew Chris Avellone, but for 2 reasons. One was that I heard from people, including people I know at Techland, that he was a good guy and they were confused and they didn't want to cut ties with him. They didn't basically, I'm not saying that the studio itself felt this way, but those people didn't believe that he had done anything. And that was a while ago. And we talked about that on the show. And then the other reason is just that I think everyone deserves their day in court. And these are really, they call him a sexual predator. A sexual predator. And I don't know these women. I don't know who they are. I'm not going to try to look them up or try to contact them in any way. But it's like, how can you do that to someone? How can you do that to anyone? And then how can you do that to women that really deal with issues? Then now there's this added dose of skepticism, right? Rightfully so. It's like the Duke. Do you remember the Duke lacrosse rape case? You were kind of young when that happened. There were these like strippers that accused, or this one specific stripper that accused the Duke lacrosse team at Duke University probably 15 years ago of sexual assault. And it was just, it ruined their lives. And it was all this fucked up thing. And then she's like, oh, I just made that up. And there was like lawsuits and all this crazy shit, but the damage is done. And I feel for Chris Avellone because it's like, well, no matter what, I mean, this is a decisive coup de grace. I mean, you couldn't possibly have one. It's not like they threw it away or, they silently went their separate ways or it was settled amicably or whatever. They were like, no, 7 figures, lawyer's fees, a statement admitting that you're lying. This is a decisive victory in as I understand, in the United States, a high bar to prove for libel. Much lower bar in other parts of the world, like in the UK, where libel law is people are constantly suing each other. So I find that very compelling. And I've reached out to Chris Avellone and I've been in contact with him and we've gone back and forth a little bit. I'm going to give him some space. He's sorting out his getting his ducks in a row, but he is openly and he knows he's invited onto the show. And I hope he comes onto the show, not only to talk about what happened, but I want to talk about his past, his present, and his future, and how he hopes to gain much deserved redemption. Because one of the important things that they say in the note, these women say, or their lawyers say in the note, is he deserves to be fully rehabilitated, basically. But you did a lot of damage to this man. And 7 figures is a serious amount of money. I mean, it could very well be 1.8 million, 1.2 million. I have no idea. It could be 5 million. I have no idea. And it could also be that these women can't possibly pay it, that they're going to have to declare bankruptcy and kind of fuck up their own lives in the process, or have their wages garnished forever. But that's serious comeuppance. And I hope it gives people pause about lobbing any sorts of allegations, not only sexual in nature, which are grave and serious, but any sort of just bullshit around. It's serious. And it's interesting to see someone stand up and say like, no, I'm not. And it makes you wonder how many other people, if they just had Chris Avellone, because Chris Avellone, successful, probably had some money before this, right? What, able to take care of himself, for him to say like, no, I'm fighting back. But there are many people that are accused of all sorts of things, the whole paradigm of things you can be accused of in the world, or castigated or misnamed or whatever. And they don't have the means or the mode to do anything about it. So it is interesting to see it in the United States because you just don't see it very often. With all that said, Dustin, do you have anything to say about this Chris Avellone situation?
Yeah, I mean, it totally sucks. Obviously, it's great that the truth prevailed in this situation, but it's like I'm sure for him like a bitter sweet situation where, like you said, the damage has been done. I wonder though, just I don't know, from an industry perspective, it's like, man, someone should hire this guy. Obviously, like this guy is a huge talent and was totally fucked for no reason.
Yeah, this is a complete vindication.
Yeah. So why wouldn't anyone hire him at this point? Like you'd be stupid. I don't know. To me, it's like you'd be stupid not to, because I would view it as a victory for the company that hired him at this point, to be like, yeah, we're acknowledging his vindication by hiring him. And if anyone were to give them shit for it, that would be stupid. So yeah, I'm really curious about more about the details, because like you said, the first thing that I thought was like, whoa, apparently, you know, libel's not hard to win because it can be very hard to prove. But the fact that he came out very victorious just goes to show. And it's interesting. I don't know as much about this situation, but I know that Justin Roiland, with one of the co-creators of Rick and Morty, also, I think I don't know if he sued for libel, but I believe that he was also
he was at least
vindicated.
cleared. I don't think it was quite this decisive. Like, I think he was, I don't want to speak on it because I don't know enough about it.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about it on the show because he has no relationship with with the products that we cover on the show. I guess if High on Life or whatever was, but that's not on PlayStation.
I would imagine it will.
Yeah,
eventually.
exactly. So when the time comes, it would have been more relevant. I just try not to, I don't know. It just didn't seem like the Rick and Morty guy had any place here. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, but I think the point overall, regardless, without speaking too much on that issue, since just we're not aware, and I don't want to speak on something we're not aware of, it is important that, yeah, accusations should be taken seriously. I don't think anyone's arguing against that, but there also needs to be due process for these things. We can't just cast people out at the first sight of an allegation. That's not how it should work. And that's how you see these instances of people's lives totally ruined. And it sounds like with Chris Avellone's case is that he, like you said, he was in the position where he could fight it, but a lot of people aren't. Mm-hmm. So it's worth, taking a step back for a lot of people. Like, yeah, how are we going to function as a society when these things happen? How can we use this information and not just jump and totally throw someone out at the first sign of something like this?
I will say that I'm very skeptical of anyone that makes serious accusations publicly and doesn't first fastidiously go through the legal, both felonious and civil lanes that you can be in for the various crimes. Like when people, I automatically assume that the possibility exists of some sort of, for lack of a better term, clout chasing or some sort of signaling or whatever, because that's really serious stuff. Like if this person really did that stuff, why aren't you trying to pursue a criminal charge? Go do what you got to do. Go to the police, get a lawyer, get the man arrested. But this kind of shit seems like you want to have it both ways. And I'm not saying that it's not always or even often true, and people voice their opinions and I guess have the freedom of speech to do that, but it's sometimes done in a really careless and flippant way. And I feel like it's done all the time. People are always calling everyone Nazis, fascists, communists. Like these things, it's all part of dehumanizing people and like removing their individual agency and their individuality. So just things to keep in mind. Number 6, perhaps not at all surprisingly, Resident Evil 4 Remake is officially a commercial hit. So says publisher and developer Capcom, which wrote a press release celebrating RE4's remake sales milestone, having hit 3 million copies sold in only 2 days on the market. The franchise in its entirety, spanning all the way back to 1996's original, now sits at 135 million units sold, a staggering number that very easily makes Resident Evil one of Capcom's most prized possessions. The original Resident Evil 4 having come out in 2005 on GameCube before later being ported to PlayStation 2 and then Wii and PS3 and so on after that, has long been begging for a remake, and indeed it was inevitable. Yet there was some skepticism as to its ultimate quality. While it started as an external project around 2018 led by Japanese team M2, Capcom ultimately pulled a Square Enix on Final Fantasy VII Remake and rehauled and refinished the project within their own first party. M2 is far better known for its retro collections and ports as well as various contract work. Resident Evil 4 Remake was officially revealed in the early summer of 2022, although it was long rumored beforehand, and fans of the new game are unlikely to have to wait long before they can get more RE4, at least in the form of DLC. Since Resident Evil 4 Remake saw a PC release, data miners got right to work and cracked open what Capcom has been hiding, the Ada Wong-centered expansion Separate Ways, also known by the clumsy name The Another Order. And rumor has it, according to website Video Games Chronicle, that RE4 itself, like RE4 itself, the add-on is likely to be somewhat substantially reworked in its re-release. It first saw the light of day on the PS2 version of Resident Evil 4. I have never played that because...
Me neither.
My experience with it is with the GameCube version and then the Wii version, and I don't even remember that being part of the Wii version, although it probably was. I just don't remember it being there. But yeah, I'm not familiar with it at all. So what do you think about this? Great sales. Apparently the second best-selling Resident Evil after that many days, with Resident Evil 6 widely considered the worst Resident Evil being the one that sold best. So that's an interesting little piece of information.
Yeah.
But what do you think about its sales success and the additional DLC and so on?
Yeah, it's great to hear because obviously you want to hear about great games selling well. And of course, this is one that is really awesome. There was so much hype beforehand that, you know, showing that confidence with the early reviews a week early, I think really does show something and can really help sell the game when people are like, okay, it is the common consensus that this game is great well before it comes out. And it gives people really time to decide to go in and make the purchase. And I got to say, the DLC also very exciting. I, like you, have never played that DLC. And so I will 100% play it when it comes to the new version as well. And I think this game is going to have legs, not just because it's Resident Evil and it will continue to sell. But as I mentioned earlier, I think that we could see a bump from when the VR version comes out, just like how Village got a bump when the VR version came out.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's cool to see Resident Evil thriving in both a remake capacity and in a new game capacity. It seems like a very strong brand right now from a very strong publisher. Very pleased with Resident Evil 4. Again, and I probably should have underlined this earlier. I feel like, again, the contrast between Dead Space Remake and Resident Evil 4 will constantly be made. Resident Evil 4 Remake. And I would say the contrast between the two games is somewhat there too, although they're separated by 4 years or 3 years. They're what I would argue are the two strongest survival horror games ever in their original format. And these two remain that. But I think Dead Space Remake's the better game. I really do. If you have to choose one, I would get them both at full price. But if you had to choose one, I would choose Dead Space. All right. I wanted to get into this one, number 7. There's an interesting Twitter account that has largely gone under the radar, and indeed, by the time you hear this podcast, it may have already been stricken from this earth. The Twitter account is ScriptLeaksR6, and having joined the service in the fall of 2021, it seems to be a reliable source for Ubisoft-related news. His or her most recent leak from Ubisoft is a screenshot of the very mysterious Avatar project in development at the Division team Massive Entertainment. The full title of the game is Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which this Twitter account references by the acronym AFOP. And this person posted what appears to be the first in-game screenshot we've ever seen of the title. This would be perhaps a boring story if not for 2 things. First, the screenshot shows a first-person shooter, which no one expected from Massive, a team that makes third-person shooters. Indeed, you could potentially mistake it for some form of Far Cry, not that that's a bad thing. Secondly, the screenshot received a copyright strike and was deleted from Twitter, along with other material that indicates a release date announcement will happen relatively soon, with pre-orders slated to begin at that time. All of those materials also received copyright strikes. At the time of recording, this account has tweeted about 300 times and began leaking ultimately accurate Rainbow Six Siege DLC information in November of 2021. Ubisoft's first DMCA takedown of something published on this Twitter account happened that same month. After a flurry of activity in November of 2021 related to Rainbow Six Siege, the leaker returned in January of 2022 with more, and again in February and March too. In March, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the leaker accurately leaked that the Rainbow Six Siege's Russian operators will all have their bios and details changed, which happened. And these types of leaks occurred right on through September 1st, some even receiving more takedown notices. But then he or she finally hit another game, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and then Skull and Bones, and then Far Cry 4 and Beyond Good and Evil getting DLC remaster or downloadable remasters, and also an Assassin's Creed remake of some sort, and even going to bat for X Defiant, which he or she says is actually pretty good. Also, the Ubisoft Star Wars game is codenamed Helix. Who is this person? We may never know, but the myriad of DMCA and copyright strikes indicates the information is very real. I crawled through this Twitter account for like 40 minutes yesterday, and there's a lot on it and a lot of strikes, and I don't know how it still survives. It's like still just survives. It's clearly just breaking copyright over and over and over again. But what do you think about this newest story about the Avatar game being a first-person shooter, which is not the way I envisioned it? I don't mind that. It makes some sense, I suppose. But I didn't expect Massive to go in that direction. And who do you think this person is? What do you think the nature of this person is? Why would they do this?
Yeah, well, I would imagine it sounds like somebody that within at some point that has access to a lot of this knowledge. I'm curious, this Avatar game in particular, I'm a little mixed on how to feel about it, in that I am not like a big Avatar guy, but I did enjoy the most recent movie. I thought it was all right. But I don't know. It's funny seeing the reaction to this, just because a lot of people immediately are like, oh no, they're reskinning Far Cry and making it an Avatar game. Which for you, Colin, is I'm sure very exciting. And for Far Cry fans, the thought of being in an alien world, Far Cry sounds pretty cool. But I don't know. I guess I don't know what I was expecting, because a third person, to me, I think makes a lot of sense, just in that if you're playing as the aliens, I think they're called the Na'vi, like I would imagine there would be a lot more ability for platforming and like going up trees and swinging on stuff and stuff like that. But this screenshot is very much first person shooter. You're the blue alien, but you got a gun, which they use guns in the movie, to be fair. So I don't really know what to expect, especially with this being from Massive. It could be pretty interesting, but I don't know. Colin, I've always found your interest in this game very interesting, just in that and I guess that you were this way with Hogwarts Legacy, but I don't think you've not seen any of the Avatar movies, right?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, so this would be like your gateway, like Hogwarts. I
would think so. I was interested because I love The Division, so I was thinking it was going to be a third-person action shooter of some sort. It's actually more compelling. I mean, adding Far Cry, which I think is a superior franchise to The Division, to Massive, which I think is probably a better team than makes a lot of the Far Cry stuff, is a pretty good marriage. I don't know if I'm going to like it. I have no idea. I'm just open-minded to it. And knowing who's making it, knowing how much time Ubisoft's put into it and how much money they've spent on it, it certainly was supposed to have come out already. So it's just interesting that they really took the time to get it right, even though they're going through a pretty trying period of their existence as well. Yeah. So I don't know. What did you think of the screenshot though? Did you get to see it before it was taken down?
Well, I found it on a different website, but what's weird to me is you're right. A lot of things are getting copyright striked on this Twitter account. You would imagine though that Ubisoft could just be like, yo, Twitter, you gotta just shut this guy down. Like he continues to post our stuff. We have to keep asking you to take it down. It's clearly not going to stop. Just this guy keeps breaking. I would imagine the Twitter terms of service is that you can't post other people's copyrighted content. So this guy keeps doing it and it stays up, which is cool for us from an informational standpoint, but it is surprising that it's still around.
Yeah, I'm reading this random DSO gaming website, Dark Side of Gaming, and they say that this particular person leaked Assassin's Creed Mirage artwork and pre-order bonus content. In short, he's a reliable source for Ubisoft leaks, at least for now. I mean, he goes way further back than that. Whoever wrote this story, just so they know, like he's leaked dozens of things about Rainbow Six Siege that were true, including, like I said, big things like them getting rid of all the Russian shit and all the rest. I'm sure it's pretty daunting when you have 20,000 or so employees to try to track down who is who and what is what. is probably pretty difficult, especially if they're using an outside source or an outsider and they're just sending them all this stuff. And then it's basically just probably easy to get away with it. But I'm sure they're not happy with it.
Yeah.
I wanted to call that out though, because I think that guy's pretty interesting. Keep doing what you're doing. Who cares? I'm not the one who's getting in trouble for it. You are. So number 8, thanks to the MPD Group, which has for some reason renamed itself to the Circana Group, we have an idea of the best-selling games across physical and retail channels in the United States this time for the month of February 2023. It's unclear why the data was so late in this month, as this episode of Sacred Symbols publishes the last day of March. Nonetheless, and perhaps not surprisingly, Hogwarts Legacy was the best-selling game in the United States in February, with data peculiarly being halted on February 25th, so it's not a full month's look. Other notable games in the top 20 for the US include Dead Space Remake at 3, The Last of Us Part 1 at 6, Wild Hearts at 8, Like a Dragon Ishin at 9, Octopath Traveler 2 at 10, God of War Ragnarok at 11, The Last of Us Part 2 at 18, and Theater Rhythm Final Bar Line at 20. If you count the full year so far through February 25th, Hogwarts Legacy remains the best-selling game in the US for that duration, with Dead Space again slotting in 3rd. On that cumulative list, God of War Ragnarok sits at 8, The Last of Us Part 1 at 9, Forspoken at 10, One Piece Odyssey at 14, Monster Hunter Rise at 16, Miles Morales 19, and Wild Hearts at 20. PlayStation 5 was the best-selling console in the United States in February in both units sold and money grossed, and had the best-selling February in console history in the United States, going all the way back to the origins of the industry. This was no doubt on the back of God of War Ragnarok's success, Hogwarts Legacy, which Sony has a marketing deal for, as well as the success of HBO's The Last of Us, which turned millions of new people into potential PlayStation customers. It seems obvious some may have jumped on board. Dude, I was for February, Last of Us Part 1 at 6, so maybe not a huge surprise there, but The Last of Us Part 2 at 18. Very interesting indeed. Almost 3 years after its launch, let's say 2.5 years, to be fair. What do you think about the top 20, and what do you make of it?
Two interesting things to pull out. First of all, just that the Like a Dragon Ishin, of course, I was saying on Sacred Sail Saga, just to see this franchise grow to the point where we're seeing a old spin-off game from PS4 come out in the US and chart is crazy. But the other thing is Octopath Traveler 2 charting, and just goes to show, and this is something I think you said, Colin, is that this game is selling way better on Switch than on PlayStation. In fact, clearly. I would imagine that a lot of those sales, most of them are on Switch, because I'm trying to remember, it didn't chart at all. Yeah. So
clearly
interesting data there.
Yeah, it's definitely. I wonder what Square Enix thinks of that as well, because that's not a good look for Sony fans. Although I think they made a mistake by maybe not releasing the first one. It was, I don't know what the detail of that is. It seems like based on interviews that I read that I relayed a week or two ago that was an option. They just chose not to take advantage of it. But I don't know why you wouldn't release the first one first and then get involved with releasing the second one. Anyway, finally, number 9. It's time once more to learn what so-called free games are coming to PlayStation Plus in the month of April 2023. In reality, the games aren't free. You pay a subscription for them, but they're available to you to add to your download list and access at any time after the month is through, so long as you have an active PS Plus subscription. It's also worth noting these games are for PS Plus Essential or PlayStation Plus's base offering, so these games are available to all. The biggest game of the bunch is no doubt Behavior Interactive's Meet Your Maker, which will come to PS Plus on April 4th, the day it hits the market. In other words, it's a rare day-and-date PS Plus game. The building-based FPS will be on PS Plus until May 1st and can be accessed by players on both PS4 and PS5. Also across PS4 and PS5 is PlayStation 5 launch game from 2020, Sackboy: A Big Adventure, developed by Sumo Digital, as well as 2021 action RPG Tales of Iron from developer Oddbug. Kind of a soft month for me anyway, but some people are stoked about this Meet Your Maker game. Do you know anything about this? This is from the Dead by Daylight people.
Yeah, which I know a lot of people love Dead by Daylight, but I don't really understand what this game is. I remember when the trailer came out and seeing that it's really focused on building stuff, which is, I think, is cool, but it's a turnoff for me just because I'm not very interested in building stuff in games for the most part. But it seems pretty. I'm looking at the website. It says solo co-op. So they're pushing it as also being a single player game, but also very multiplayer as well. But I think the fact that it's coming on PlayStation Plus is interesting. I wonder if they're hoping to see a Rocket League like situation where they think they have something, but they're worried that the initial investment will put off too many people. And if they can just get that initial boost on one platform, being PlayStation Plus, that this could really become something. So we'll have to see. Obviously, games that involve like crafting and building stuff and multiplayer are really, really big. Particularly, like we've seen The Forest be a game from PS4 that was really popular. And this isn't quite like that, but I think it has this, it appeals to the same type of people. So yeah, I'm very curious about this one overall. Again, not exactly my cup of tea, but I'm curious about how it does overall. And then Sackboy. This is pretty exciting, I think, for a lot of people in that a lot of people, this is one of those games that people wanted to be on PlayStation Plus, like a game that people are curious about checking out, but aren't necessarily wanting to buy. So having this available is cool. I played a little bit of it when it came out, but it didn't exactly grab me, but it wasn't a bad game either. So worth checking out. I think is this the first month that we get all 3 games are PS5
I think
games?
so. Yeah, I think it's the first time that they're all cross-platform, which is cool, or cross-generation, I should say. Tales of Iron looks pretty cool. I don't think I'm going to check it out, but it looks like a hand-drawn style side-scrolling RPG of some sort. And I think I remember talking about it when it came out, but I don't know for sure. All right, that's all we have for the news. We're running somewhat long, so let's get into the listener inquiries. We always end every episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. That's you over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I put up a thread in the newsfeed each Wednesday afternoon Eastern time, and I delete it the following day on Thursday. So you have one day to put your thread in there. If you miss the boat, just wait for next time. That's how you submit. Derek Alcott wrote in and said, what's your favorite sound of all time in a video game? For example, I would go with the Shuriken. How do you say it? Shoryuken? Shuriken, right? Shoryuken from Street Fighter. Yeah. I never really say it without doing the Shuriken. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know how to say it like straight up, like if I'm on a boardroom or something like that. That's a good one. I like the Mega Man death sound, the kind of bubbling echo sound. That's iconic, I think. I dig that a lot. I don't know. What comes to mind for you?
I actually have it queued up. I'm just going to, if I have to dub it in later, I will, but I'm just going to play it right in the microphone. Actually, I'll play it and I'll see if you know what it is, Colin.
Okay.
Here you go. Yeah! PS1 game.
Tomba?
Trivia.
Huh?
No.
What is it?
Rayman.
Oh, Rayman. Oh, interesting.
That's the Rayman level complete. Like,
oh, interesting.
Yeah! It's still funny to me now when I hear it all these years later. I love that. There's a lot of great sounds from Tomba that I thought about as well. It's hard to pick just one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you think about the iconic Mario sounds that are ingrained in your head for all the time, or like Zelda, like the da-na-na-na, you know, those are ingrained into pop culture at this point. But I really like that Rayman one, just how over the top it is. Great game, by the way. Really hard, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find a version of it, but it's like Mega Man X, Mega Man Powered Up. I don't want Mega Man X. I'm just going to let it go. But other things, you know what I also loved as a kid? I was a big sports gamer as a kid on SNES and PlayStation, and PS2 is just the EA Sports, like EA Sports. It's in the game. And how it used to be like digitized, and it's like a great sounding, like probably fucking 5.1 surround sound now, but it was probably like half the fucking or a quarter of the space of this cartridge just to say EA Sports and some digital thing. But that always caught my ear when someone would turn it on if I was out with a friend or and that was still like an attraction when I lived in a dorm in college. You'd hear that in someone's room and you'd go in to see like what someone was playing FIFA, someone playing Madden, NHL, whatever the case might be. So that's also an interesting one for me. All right. Brennan Fort wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Crew, with Sony and PlayStation so dead set on turning every franchise they have any bit of success with into a TV show or movie, I have to ask why the only option is for them to use live action. Why can't we get a Castlevania anime style God of War Greek saga show? We've talked about this in the past a little bit, and I agree, and I think Chris would agree too, because we're all big proponents of the Castlevania series that Konami somehow let happen during an era when they weren't doing anything and found great success with it. So yeah, Castlevania, as you said, is a great benchmark to reach for. And I agree. What would you like to see though, is what I would be curious, Dustin. Like what translates best to that cartoonishness? Because I see a few different things. Like I'm really on a Killzone kick lately, and I see a like an Akira style Killzone, like a very very gritty sci-fi dystopian. The orange Hellgast eyes really blazing through in very stylistic ways in the shots, and I can see something like that. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that what Brennan mentions here, a God of War show, would be awesome. Particularly doing that like really stylized in different ways would be really cool. He asked about though, why aren't they doing this? And I think to me it's simple, and just that there's not as much prestige in doing an animated show like that. Like, you could have done a really awesome 9-episode Last of Us animated show, but your mom's not going to care about that, or the guy from work who plays a few games a year is not going to. You're not going to be able to convince him to watch this animated show. It just doesn't have the same gravity or importance of a live action in the public conscience, I would say, overall. So these are the types of things with blockbuster Jim Ryan, that he doesn't want to do an animated show. He wants the real deal, something that you can get awards for. And not that you can't get awards for animated shows. You know what I mean, though. It's not quite the same level of prestige. But I'm trying to think, like, I think that if it was done right, you could do a pretty cool Bloodborne animated show that it would definitely be more stylistic, and like a main character that is more silent or something like that. I would love to see that world animated for sure. I like your idea though about Killzone, dude. Actually, I think that I'm having a bunch of stuff slip my mind today. The Alien first person shooter.
Resistance?
Resistance, yeah, of course. How could I forget? Resistance, I think, would be super, super cool to do something like that. And there's so many stories you can tell within that world as well.
Definitely. In fact, that series really did a nice job of, even with the Vita version, which was horrible, but they did try to get around to different parts of the world to show what was happening over time.
Breaking news.
What happened?
E3 canceled.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did they? Let's see. Is there a press release? Let me look.
I just sent you what I thought was the IGN article, but
I don't.
Let me see if I can get it. Wow, maybe it's breaking IGN's site. Yeah, it sounds like
it could be. Yeah, IGN's not loading for me either. But yeah, I see it on Wario 64. E3 is canceled. I mean, no surprise there. Okay. Good night, Sweet Prince.
Goodbye.
And goodbye forever.
Yeah.
Goodbye forever. It was like the SNL on the 2016 Democratic primary debates. That was so funny. It was like Lincoln Chafee. And everyone knew Lincoln Chafee was never going to hang around. So it was like, goodbye forever. And you never saw the character again, which was funny as hell. Yeah, IGN must not be prepared for the influx of traffic, a rarity probably for a website these days.
Dang.
But good night, E3, and God bless. Okay. Givey90 wrote in, said, hey, CDC, I have a simple question for you this week. You guys are my favorite gaming podcast, and I listen to all the shows. Thank you. But I've heard you guys say before that you like listening to podcasts. What is your favorite gaming podcast besides Sacred Symbols or anything at Last Stand Media? I am sure you have a favorite podcast, but what gaming podcast are you guys into? My second go-to is Jeff Gerstmann's new show. Thanks. I've reached out to Jeff several times. He doesn't reach back at me. I don't think he wants to talk to me. I've tried to see if he wanted, like when he left Giant Bomb. I think that was the last time I tried to, because Giant Bomb seems to be kind of like a shambling, like, I don't want to say corpse, but like just something totally different. Like no one that I knew from Giant Bomb's there anymore, right? I mean, they're all gone. Right? Because Nextlander, right? Those guys are like the Giant Bomb dudes. Then Jeff's doing his own thing. Yeah, it's kind of like what happened to Easy Allies when like a lot of those guys or a couple of those guys just left and did their own thing, which I think is smart if you feel like you can do it. But the reality is that I love I love podcasts, but I don't listen to gaming podcasts. I'm really not interested in listening to gaming podcasts. People will send me a clip or tell me this is happening or whatever, and I'll check it out if a piece of news is breaking and you want to go to the source. I try to cite the proper sources and all of that, but it's just not in my repertoire. I've said before, I like some gaming content a lot, like Summoning Salt. We always give shout out to him. I love a lot of that kind of more periphery, whether it's retro based, PC based stuff. Like I love Lazy Game Reviews, and which is awesome, and 8-Bit Guy for like old school Apple and PC stuff. But I don't listen to any gaming podcasts, so I can't speak to that. But I know like what the contemporaries are and who our challengers are and whatever our peers. But I honestly don't listen to them. I don't even know the nature of them. I must admit that I don't listen to our own shows. So I don't know. I think that's good to remain fresh and get a lot of inspiration from outside. I'm definitely inspired clearly by other podcasts, especially if you listen to those podcasts. But anyway, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't listen to too many podcasts recently. I think I've mentioned before that often my go-to is if Rogan has a guest that I find interesting regularly, I'll go there. I have been listening to that J.K. Rowling podcast as well the past few weeks. That's been pretty interesting and thought compelling for sure. As far as gaming podcasts, the only one I really listen to is, you mentioned Easy Allies, Frame Trap, which is a nice show to listen to for me because that's a show that is really focused around talking about games, and it's not a news show. So it can be really enlightening to hear those guys talk deep dive into particular games that I don't know anything about. Is really cool. Shout out to Brad there. He's a good friend of mine. Someone I listened to that show for years before I was doing this show, and really like those guys. And so Frame Trap, they don't do what we do here. So it's a cool show to just hear people deep dive into games. We do that here to some extent, of course, with our spoiler casts, and we go pretty deep in our what you've been playing, but that's like a whole show that's just dedicated to deep diving into games. So I recommend it.
What's going on with them? Like, it seems to me like, are they in trouble, or are they like stabilizing? I'm interested in, like, I look at all our competitors, try to see how they're doing, and it's hard for me to get a read on them,
Yeah, I honestly don't really know either. It's not something that comes up between Brad and I.
Yeah,
really,
I don't mean to put you in an awkward position in that sense.
No.
I'm talking more of like from an analyst's perspective, because I try to check in on like what everyone's doing from a business standpoint. That's what I'm most interested in. Like, how's your traffic? How's your Patreon? All that kind of stuff. Because the people that do it right or are growing, if you're not growing or you're rapidly declining, like I see some are, I also try to look into why that is. So I'm always just paying attention to who's up and who's down. Sometimes we're down, sometimes we're up. So it's no insult, just curious.
Yeah, which I do listen to some of our other competitors as well every once in a while, just from a producer standpoint. I am getting a read on other shows and what's going on and stuff like that. And yeah, it seems like it is weird. I mean, to get meta on our show here, is that we are doing pretty well in I don't want to say a dying aspect, but certainly some of our contemporaries aren't doing so hot or are on the way down, and we're maintaining and doing better in a lot of ways, actually, particularly with this show. Like you said at the beginning, I don't know what's going on with the numbers. I mean, I'm not complaining, but it would be nice to know what is going so right so we can lean into that. But it just feels like we're doing the same thing. I mean, as a company, we're not doing the same thing, but for this show, it's just,
Yeah, I think there's ups and downs in this. Like, I gave an interview with Patreon, that I think I gave at the end of last year or early this year, that was just published a couple of weeks ago. I promoted it on my Twitter account if people want to check it out, but it was about like how we use Patreon as a business and how we've managed it. And one of the things I was talking about with them, it's funny to seal it in time, because I was like, at the time we were recording, I think we had like 12,100 patrons, and we have 12,800 something patrons now at the time we're recording. But those numbers just fluctuate so wildly, which is the point. And I was telling him at that time, it's like, well, actually revenue is up as our patronage number has actually gone down. Revenue has like 5%, revenue has gone up, whatever, X percent. And so I'm very analytical and in the weeds with that stuff. So that's how I notice how other brands are doing or not doing. Like, a brand that seems to be doing, they're small, but that seem to be doing decently well and growing, is that brand MinMax. Like, they seem to be a pretty legitimate thing that people like. So like, you pay attention to that sort of thing. And I think they were kind of inspired by Easy Allies and some others.
Yeah, because those are the ex-Game Informer guys.
Right, I think so.
I don't know much about them.
I don't either.
Honestly.
I don't either. But I noticed that, like, they're smaller, but they seem to be growing. Like, you can see them being on a huge upward trajectory to become a huge brand based on, the persistence of the numbers. I guess you just have to kind of compound it. I look at our numbers sometimes, and I sometimes wonder, I'm like, is this literally like a Truman Show sort of situation? How is that possible that people like the show this way? I'm not, it sounds like humble bragging. It's not, I don't mean it like that at all. It really is. I really do look at it sometimes like, am I going to wake up one day and this was all a dream? I'm a fucking snail on a beach or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm just, I feel, but I try to really focus in on, from my perspective, what I've noticed, at least in some of like who's up and who's down or who's doing this or who's doing that, is just, I think when you all start sounding the same and start saying the same things and having the same perspectives and opinions on everything, which is, you don't need to watch the shows to know that, because you can just watch the personas of the different people and how they act on social media and other places. I just think that it's not necessarily alienating to people, although that's alienating to people, no doubt, but it also just puts you all into the same lane so that you're all competing with each other in this like very meta way. In addition to being about the same thing, now you all sound the same too. And I think it's the ones that truly make themselves different and differentiate themselves in a major way are the ones that are going to succeed. And I always say, I feel like we're all on the clock. I feel like nothing is forever. We will one day be on the decline again, and then on the incline again, and then on the decline again. And it's just business, and it's just the way it goes. But yeah, I'm interested in Easy Allies because they've been around for a while, and they were like one of the OGs. Like when I think about Jim Sterling, Kind of Funny, which I obviously co-founded, Easy Allies, I look at those as kind of like the three earliest big gaming imprints, and to see Easy Allies down from a really prestigious high is concerning to me. But I think a lot of that is just, I don't think that's, from my perspective, it's not anything to do with the brand per se. It's probably to do with the fact that people spin off and leave. And
they had three of their main people leave.
Right. So that's like a big deal. It's like when Kind of Funny declined for a little while when I left. That's not really a mark of Kind of Funny. It's like the dynamic of the product changed and some people are not interested in it anymore. And I think the same thing just happens naturally to Easy Allies and might naturally happen to our shows too. I mean, shit, Defining Duke's original cast was ACG and Mr. Matty Plays for the first year of the show. And the show declined in traffic when he left because we didn't really take it personally. I mean, at least I didn't. I think, maybe Maddie took it personally sometimes, but I always was like, there's nothing to be taken personally about this. Like it changed. What do you think people are just going to just all be on board? You have to you have a new baseline. You have to build it again. So I don't think anyone's like down or out ever. I just think you have to figure out a new way to survive and thrive or whatever. We should collaborate with those guys sometime. I don't think they like us, or I don't think they like me, but you should go on their show or something. Yeah.
I would love to, but it is not up to me.
Yeah. It's probably unlikely. I don't think they care for me, but that's okay. I mean, I don't mind. I knew Brandon's the one I knew, and he's gone. I don't actually know any of the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know that. I would love to organize some kind of collaboration. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that would be fun. All right. Macro wrote in, said, "Hey there, sacred slug slurpers." That's fucking gross. I wanted to talk about Colin's Defense of Day One DLC. If there is content developed during the development as part of the game that is complete and ready for release at the same time as the game is, what possible reason is there to remove that from the game and charge extra money for it? I genuinely do not see a single valid reason beyond greed. I would love to hear all of your perspectives on this alongside perhaps a better explanation of Colin's stance. That's interesting you feel that way. I think I could defend it, but I want to actually see, Dustin, if you agree. Like, what do you think about this idea that I had of maybe the attack on Day One DLC, let's say during the PS3 era specifically, which really dampened it, the idea, when rightfully so, the market spoke, but what do you think about that maybe being a mistake? Because other things happened during that era that were good. Like people were like, we're not doing the online pass. This is just cannot be. And so that kind of went away and other things. So I'm not saying all of these market responses are intuitively bad, but I do think I can defend DLC being developed concurrent to a game. I think it's easy to do. I will do it after I hear from you. So what do you think?
I don't think there's any way to do this without it appearing unsavory, in that it's, like they say, it's done, but we're going to cut it out and then charge you more for it. Even if it was intended, that's like, no, this is the full product and we did this as a extra side thing or something like that. There's no way, there's no optics that doesn't feel like you cut it out and charged more for it. I think there's probably a way that you could do it that would make it not necessarily appear that way, whether it was maybe not having it day one, but a few weeks later or a month later, when wait until people have had time to finish the game where they're actually desiring that content right out the gate. Obviously, it's up for the developers and publishers to decide what their product is. It's not like, I can understand that there's not this entitlement to every aspect of something they release, right? If they decide to do day one DLC and they cut it out, it's like, okay, well, you can choose to not buy the game then if you don't want to. Just like you can choose to not buy microtransactions or not play a game at all that has them, period. Or like Colin, we were talking about that Honkai Rail game. You can choose to not play it, even though if it's appealing, because you don't want to support that business model.
Honkai Star Rail.
Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, that's it.
Great
what
name.
A name. What is that?
What an awesome name that was. Or is. Yeah, so here's my take on this is it depends on how you position it, and I guess the way you describe it. You're saying a game, something's cut out of the game. But for me, you brought up Fallout earlier, which I think is a great example. Why would it be so? First of all, it's clear based on the release of, say, Fallout 3's DLC that it was in development concurrent to the regular game. Operation Anchorage came out, I think, in January of 2009, so 2 months after the game came out. So obviously, and then every month after that, there was DLC. All 5 pieces came out in that time. So that was already happening. I think people excused it because it was good. I also think people excused it because a lot of it brought you to other places, beginning with Operation Anchorage. So it felt like a spinoff. And I guess that's my point is, if you have a game like Mass Effect and you have this whole game lined up, this tight quest and these side quests and all this, and then you have just a team developing some other things, why is the assumption that that has to be subsumed by the product that's already in existence? I just don't understand that assumption. I get why people want the most amount of content, but say you're investing $120 million into a game and you're splitting, or $110 million into a game and you're splitting 10 million of it off for some post-release content that's in development, and you're just like, go over there and do that. We're going to spend $100 million on this game that we think is a cogent and valuable product on the market. Just because that product exists now, they're like, no, we got to get that in here too. That's just not the way it works. I don't understand why that would work that way. And I think that we should be more open to the idea that while it could come off as greedy, I guess, and I think that greed is part of business, I also think that why is it impossible to conceive of a product much like Fallout 3's DLC where it's like you go to Pittsburgh, you go to fucking Maryland, you go to all these different places. They're just different. Don't go there if you don't want to. It's not in the regular game. I think it's easy enough to silo these things and isolate them. So I don't have a problem with it. I would rather see that. I want to see the DLC much quicker. Get people involved earlier. I think you have more to gain. I think you could sell more copies, and I think you can get more people to spend more money on your game quicker. The more, like, by the way, by this time Saints Row's DLC comes out, Saints Row is going to be so cheap that it's going to be, all right, well, whatever. They got something out of me. But if they released the DLC earlier and really were focused on fixing the game and had a pipeline quicker, then they might have gotten my attention when the game was, say, $40 instead of 20. I don't know. It's just food for thought. Ultimately, games make all their money right in the beginning, with very rare exception, which is, again, why I'm concerned about PSVR 2. All right. By the way, the story loaded for me, E3 has been canceled, reporting from IGN. It says IGN can confirm it from 2 sources that an email was sent out to various members of the ESA, the Entertainment Software Association in the United States. So that is that. Good night, E3. Okay. 2 more inquiries. Michael wrote it and said, who is the greatest third-party publisher of all time? This is counting back catalog and current output. My answer is Capcom with their incredible current day output, amazing franchises, and legendary back catalog. They're hard to beat, even with a rough PS3 gen. What do you guys think? Best third-party publisher of all time, Dustin.
Capcom definitely comes to mind in particular right now. But, oh man, Square Enix too are the two. Those are the 2 that come to mind for me as far as like my personal interests. You probably, if you're trying to be objective, probably would say Activision in terms of how long they've been around, how successful they've been, and then also creating the most successful game of all time. Well, I guess, I don't know. It's Call of Duty. Is all of the Call of Duties more successful than all the GTA games? I don't know. But anyway, I would say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that objectively, Activision is probably the greatest third-party publisher of all time. For me, it's probably going to be Square Enix.
Yeah, I would mimic that answer. I think that's a really solid answer indeed. Nothing to add to that. Stephen Cunningham has the final inquiry. He says, hello, CDC. What are your favorite pieces of gaming paraphernalia that you own? From t-shirts to posters, amiibo to statues of big titty anime girls, there's plenty to choose from. Mine are the 2 posters I have framed around my TV, the cover art for Majora's Mask 3D and the theatrical The Last of Us 2 poster made by Jay Kanto, friend of the show. Thanks for everything, but give the chicken a break tonight, Willie. We certainly won't. What's your favorite piece of gaming paraphernalia?
Well, I have quite a bit of gaming paraphernalia all over my house. I joke that my house looks like it was decorated by a 12-year-old because there's just stuff everywhere. I've got, for the video listeners, you can see I have some of my figurines back here. I've got my Evangelion poster, but that's not gaming. Overall, though, the first thing that came to my mind, and I'll inlay a picture for our audience, is my amiibo collection. I've got this awesome shelf that was custom built by my grandfather. Holly worked with him to get that for me for Christmas, which was a totally awesome gift. But I don't know. I love this amiibo collection. I love going and I'll take them off and check them out. Obviously, they don't really have much use to me from a gameplay perspective, but that's never what it was about for me. I love having this giant collection.
Was it about that for anyone?
No,
I don't think anyone seemed to give a shit.
It's not that I never use them, because every once in a while there will be games that I'm trying to remember. Fire Emblem had some amiibo support where you could get some different, and Bayonetta, you can unlock different costumes through the different amiibo. So they're nice, but that's not why I have them overall. But I like that there's weird ones. Like I have the Dark Souls amiibo. I love that there's a Bayonetta amiibo as well. There's the Shovel Knight collection that I have. Those are fun too.
Those are rare ones.
Those
are rare ones that I bought. 'Cause I have mine on my shelf. I just buy characters that I like. I'm missing a few.
Yeah.
But that I would want. But yeah, like I got Toad, and Mario and Duck Hunt and all these different cool ones, but I don't need them all. But I am missing a few that I would like. By the way, I just think of your grandfather being like, I'm making a fucking shelf for my neckbeard grandson.
Yeah. No, he's a dork too. He's the one that was making the Zelda map that I mentioned.
Right.
So I'm sure he was all about it.
Right on. For me, I don't know. I have quite a few things that I really like. I think that my favorite pieces, I have pieces in my kitchen and pieces in my loft, which I don't think I've ever even taken pictures of, but I have like the 6 original Famicom cartridges for the Mega Man games, and Famicom cartridges were released in different colors. So they weren't like these boring gray cartridges. So each is a different color and they're all in like an individual frame around like a doorway in my kitchen. And Rockman 3 is signed by Inafune. And then upstairs, and I have a bunch of stuff like that. And then upstairs in my loft, one of my favorite things is in a frame too, and it's Mega Man 2's US instruction manual that I got signed by Inafune, and he drew Mega Man's face on it too, and that's in a frame. So things like that I love, But and I have that same Jay Kanto poster that you were talking about, by the way, because he is a friend of mine, and he sent me one of those numbered limited lithographs, which was cool.
Nice. I'm going to put out a call here on Sacred Symbols. I'm going to use this platform to my advantage, as I do every once in a while. The number one piece of gaming paraphernalia I've been looking for years, I've never been able to find, they're exclusive Japan Tomba plushies that were promotional. I think when Tomba 1 came out, they show up on eBay like once every 5 years. So these boys are rare. The problem I've always wondered is that even if I had the ability to buy one, would I be willing to put the money down necessary to get one? But hey, if anyone happens to have one of these and you don't want it, I'll buy it off you. Right, maybe. Unless you want $10,000, then I'm going to have to pass.
Right. Yeah.
I'm always looking for
You're getting into that big boy collecting.
Yeah.
That's why I just like buying lots of G.I. Joes. It's just like, I'll figure this out later. They're all going up in value so much. I'm just like,
take them all. That's the way to do it. To save money. Lots.
Yeah. I have shit ton of G.I. Joes in my closet, like just so many. And I haven't even gone through them, but I'm like, whenever I can get my hands on them, I want them, because I assume they'll just become more and more valuable, or at the least I will have not regretted buying them at the price I'm buying them now. I try to treat everyone fairly. There have been audience members that have been like, you can just have them. And I'm like, I'm not going to just take them from you. I don't think you understand. They're not worth $5. This lot could be worth $1,000, you know, or it's, so I'm not ripping anyone off, of course, but it's crazy what people will just give away. But then I've done the same thing. I had all those hockey cards from the late 80s and early 90s, and I just gave them to a listener. Thousands of them. I was like, I don't want these. You can just take them. They're probably worth a fortune. I don't know. Who cares?
$1 million.
I doubt it. There's like, that's the thing. It's like, what do I really, am I really going to, I'm going to sit here and go through them, price them out, and like Beckett's card catalog and fucking go on eBay and sell the, kidding me? Like, I can barely get these games beat. All right, let's get the hell out of here. We've been going for almost 4 hours. It's time to go. Dustin, you have any closing comments?
Closing comments. Shout out to Keeley, who just absolutely savagely is already tweeting, promoting Summer Game Fest.
God bless him, man. Well, he sacked E3, dude. He totally did. It's over. I mean, that's what I wrote in my write-up, was that I think that's no small part. Like, he just assumed the mantle. Good for him.
Yeah.
He's like the king of the games industry. It's very weird. I don't mind it, but it is weird that we live in like some sort of monarchical system.
Right. Yeah. But just, savage move. Appreciate it. And we'll see what happens. But I'm just excited. I'm going to play Resident Evil all weekend. No plans.
Cool, man.
Just video games.
Yeah, I got to finish it this weekend and then maybe start another playthrough. But I'd like to get back to Octopath at some point. But it's pretty much free and clear until Battle Network. There's just not that much coming out than Final Fantasy 16. I mean, I'm much more interested in just what Sony's going to say when these games are coming out. Spider-Man's release date, September, it seems. Where are we going to get a confirmation of that? Is something else coming out? Is there a second party game to drop? Do we have something surprising? I need to know more. So hopefully in the coming weeks, we'll learn more. And I imagine when Sony starts to talk, the show will become even bigger. So we appreciate all of your support out there in the meantime. Love you guys. Thank you for your feedback. Kind and constructive and mean. It's good to read sometimes. Get tempered, especially be mean to Dustin.
Yes.
He needs to be brought down a peg or two. Chris will hopefully be back next week. I don't know what his status is going to be, but I think he'll be back next week as long as he's feeling up to it. But be nice to him. Send him your kindest regards. He didn't do anything wrong and he doesn't deserve to be a part of all of this bullshit that's going on around him. So I feel for him a lot. And I hope you guys do too. All right. We'll see you next time for more. Remember, support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.